Hello, hello. Okay, cool. Let me... Okay, that's the music. Sorry, I got way too many tabs open and I am trying to fix that real quick. I gotta have a YouTube live screen up while I'm doing this. All right, we're good. I'm here. Vintage story. Woo! How's it going, everybody? It is time to build a windmill, I believe, anyway. I hope I'm not gonna need to use my shovel that much. I don't think I will. Because I don't have any spare iron at the moment. But it is time for me to get windmilling, and I think I'll use my shovel basically to see outside a little bit more. But for now it's too dark anyway, so we're just gonna have to snooze. Take care of that in a second. Oh, I think I needed to make food. Crap. Well, in classic me fashion, I will be starving once again. There's no way my character gets through the night without being empty on food. Even though I'm not hurt. No way, it actually did something. Alright, so I said on Friday that I was going to do some stuff like make food and all this other stuff. And that didn't happen. I got really busy with video editing and other crap, and now here I am, still here, so... what we got in here? We got lots of tannin. This is prepared hide, that's good. And this is medium prepared hide, that's good. Weak. Okay, so I can actually just do a little sploosh, splash, and we're done with that. And then I can do this and grab these as well and do splish, splash. Oh, that didn't do what I wanted it to. And there we go. That goes there. Sure. That's how that works. And then we throw the lime in there, and there we go. Now we have lime water for the pelts that I don't have, because that was more important than me making food for myself. Aha! Let me in! We do have some spelt and some rye. I'll probably do something with that, but for the time being, I got all these berries, and they're gonna start spoiling if I don't eat them. And I don't feel like making food until it's nighttime, so we're just gonna run around with a fistful of berries and just keep eating them. This is actually way more than a fistful of berries. This is like a whole basket. Not the most efficient way to use this, but it doesn't matter because I'm gonna have, like, pears and cherries and all that pretty soon. So none of that matters. Alright, next up, the leather needs to go away into this box, I believe. Yup. And then this berry bush needs to go downstairs, and then this basalt stone is all gonna get turned into cobblestone so that we can start building our windmill. And it's just gonna be a one-thing windmill. Nothing too fancy. I will probably need more clay than that, but I will grab the clay when I need it instead of just having it on me. But it's only going to be a one turbine, one sail, one max size sail windmill, I guess I should say. I love how the pigs just look like they died. They're fine. It's like when you see your cat just completely wrecked and, like, not moving at all, and you're like, are you alive? And then you nudge them a little bit, and they go, brrr, and then they wake up. Like, how dare you disturb my sleep? And it's like, you looked like you weren't alive anymore. That's not my fault. The cat startup noise. Exactly. The cat startup noise brought Cat into chat. How's it going, Cat? Oh. Goodbye, chicken. Random chicken meat. Alright, we'll take that, I guess. Going alright? Well, that's good. It's better than not alright. That's all we can hope for. These are all oaks. I thought these were maples. So I'm growing oaks over here, and I'm growing oaks over there. I need to make my oak farm way better than it is. Did I not grab this bush? The heck? And I don't have any more cob. Super duper. Souffle, chill. You're fine. You don't need to scream all the time. Okay, I think that's all the berry bushes around me that need to be moved. Chill out, elk. What are you doing? Perfect. Music is too quiet. I gotta turn that up. They got some cattails that have grown. Okay, so I need to be working on my new windmill. And do I have my scythe on me? I do. Okay, I'm gonna grab some grass while I'm down here, because I'm probably gonna need cob to reinforce everything. Souffle is just excited. I can't be mad at him. He's happy to be here. He's a good boy. He's also floating. There you go. Okay, so my plan was to completely level this hill out. This is all a mess. That's gonna have to get filled in. But down here, I need to be able to see. So I guess I'm gonna start with this cob that I placed myself, and now I'm unplacing it. Because I want to be able to see. That's the biggest thing, is I can't see anything from my window back here, and that annoys me. Because what's the point of having a window if all you can do is see straight forward into a hill? Hell yeah, what's up? I hope both of you, Kat and Helia, have had a good weekend. No, I do not want my lovely dirt pile view. I want to see. I want to experience the land. I should have thought about this before I filled it all in with cob. This shovel is going to break. How many more shovels? 270? That's good enough. I probably won't need to do that much more. Maybe one more layer. Stone, stone. I had a good enough weekend. One of your mango trees and one of the pomegranate trees established. Yay! I've never seen those ever in this entire game because they're a warmer fruit. So, hey, at least you get to experience them. Am happy. You know, the crazy thing about fruit trees is I've heard that having one fruit tree, if you just have one, you have so much fruit that you don't know what to do with it. You literally hand out, like, baskets of fruit to your neighbors and still have extra fruit. It's kind of ridiculous. I've never owned a fruit tree myself. My grandfather has 4 Macintosh apple trees in his backyard. He's had them my whole life. And, you know, I never really paid much attention because they're way, way in the back of his yard. Like, he's got, like, another acre of land or whatever in the backyard, and it's, like, in the furthest back portion of his land, basically. So I'd just go out there, and there'd be tons of apples on the ground, but I wasn't, like, out there collecting them every day. We never treated them or anything like that. So I never really knew, like, how much we would get from them whenever I would go over to visit or whatever. But I know that my uncles and my dad would take buckets, like 5-gallon buckets of these apples out to their hunting camp, and they would just, like, toss them out in the fields where they hunted for deer, and they wouldn't bait them. This would be in, like, the summer, so it'd be before hunting season would start, because apples don't last that long. Hunting starts in November, but they'd throw them out there in, like, you know, August, September, when it's apple season, and get them to, like, hey, there's food over here, you know, like, they'd get a sense of, like, we should go to this field for food, and maybe they'd start, like, bedding down there or whatever. So when it came time for hunting season and they didn't have any more food left, the deer would have naturally already just kind of established, like, their homes kind of there, and then they would hunt. Because what else were we gonna do with them? Most of them had fallen on the ground. Our neighbor had, I say our, but my grandpa's neighbor had horses for many years, and the horses would love to just come over and be like, can I have an apple? And you'd be like, yes, you absolutely can. And you'd feed the horse, and it appreciated it. Horses terrify me because they're such big animals that could easily end you, but they're so nice. They're some of the nicest creatures. Very rarely do they get mean. I didn't really hand feed them too much because I didn't want to get bit by accident, but they were pretty gentle. Occasionally you could hand them, like, you'd hold one end of the apple and you'd inch it forward, and then their lips would kind of, you know, do that little horse thing where they flare open and then they kind of curved around the apple, and as soon as that happened, I'm like, here, you have it. And they usually didn't drop it. They were pretty good about that. We have a neighbor with 2 large apple trees. Love going by our house in autumn, snatch some of their apples, which they allow. Got rammed by a horse as a kid. I still like them. What happened? Like, were you supposed to be like horseback riding or something? I'm gonna lose this shovel. It just came running towards you. Weird. That's not typical horse behavior. Horses are prey, which is the scariest thing to think about because they could easily not be. They're prey animals, though, so they usually run away from everything. Unless you've really upset them somehow. I thought I had a snack. Okay, well, that might be a little bit different story. Even still, tame horses are, you know, by nature more skittish, typically, at least from what I understand of them, because of the fact that wild, they are prey animals. So they, you know, it's not in their nature to be aggressive because they don't have, you know, fangs and incisors to tear into things. They don't hunt like that. They run around and they run away and they get food from grass and trees and all that other stuff. A horse with fangs would be nightmare fuel, and I would never ever be around a horse ever again. I'm gonna need a new shovel, and I do not have the iron for that. I might have to go to the iron mine. Oh no. I didn't think I was gonna do this much digging. I thought I would just level this out, but I'm gonna have to remove a good chunk of this hill so that I can see more into the valley from up here. There's a Bowtorn! Get out of my workshop. Yeah, see, like, now I'm up here. If I were to look out this window, I get rid of that hill, and then I can see a little bit more. I gotta get rid of this, too. But then I can see a little bit more of my field. I see. Yeah, usually when you say ran at, that implies aggression. Like, with intent to do something. Usually aggression. Towards is like, it's coming near you, usually not with hostility or fierceness. I don't know why running at is an aggressive thing, it just is. Or it's like something with a lot of, like, intention behind it. So, like, if somebody runs at you to tell you something, it's like they urgently need your assistance with something, you know, like that type of thing, where somebody's running towards you, it's like a maybe on their own kind of like pace, and you didn't move. You saw them coming, you knew that they were coming for you, but you didn't feel the need to move because it wasn't that way. But if somebody's running at you, that's like, I didn't see them, or like I couldn't get out of the way. There's like a weird implied sense of aggression. It is really weird. I haven't ever thought about that until now. Most people can't get out of the way of a horse. That's sort of what they're good at, is making sure that they are fast. I could make more cob. I've got the dirt and grass for that. Allow me to pick up some of this extra soil laying around. Good. Okay, I was able to collect all that without wasting it. Cool. Where is... It's up here. Okay. Like, I have a ledge that I can safely cross, and sometimes I remember it, and sometimes I don't. I was just a little kid, and that was one big pony. The only experiences I have with horses in real life are that my neighbors at my grandpa's house had horses. And as a kid, I would often go over to his house to, like, swim or whatever, just to visit, because he has a pool there. And, like, when we'd get out of the pool for dinner time or something, or dinner was quickly approaching, we would, you know, occasionally walk out back and see the horses. Because the neighbor was pretty chill. He didn't really... I don't think he really approved of us, like, feeding his horses, but, like, a couple apples, he was like, whatever, it's fine. Don't just, like, give them barrels and barrels of food, though, but that's not what we were doing. Especially for kids, you know, they were like, look, like, you're kids. Like, of course, go see the horse. I'm not gonna be that crotchety old man that's just like, no, kids get to have no fun whatsoever. Though, as he got older, that neighbor kind of did turn into crotchety old man. Fancy grandpa pool. Actually, kinda, yeah, actually. Fancy, I mean, sure. So, I live in Michigan, the Mitten State, the one that's very easily identifiable in the northern part of the country because it's the shape of a mitten. And, because it's a mitten and everything, we like to use mittens as our iconography and stuff. Plus, it's cold here, so it's fitting. But, God, I would have to orient my hands. I guess it'd be like that. Yeah, so this is Michigan. At least the lower peninsula. The upper peninsula is, you know... God, is this right? Yeah, that is right. So, if you do it kind of like... God, I can't orient my hands in camera. Like that. That's basically Michigan. Lower peninsula, upper peninsula. And so my grandfather has a pool in the shape of the lower peninsula, the Mitten. We don't talk about Wisconsin. Wisconsin is the Mitten that I wish it could be. So, we had a pool because he actually had his kids, my aunt and uncles and stuff. This was probably, oh man, maybe it was like the late 80s? Early 80s? I don't know. He had 5 children, and he put most of them to work to help him build this pool. They hand dug it. It's an in-ground pool, and they dug it out with shovels and stuff. And dug it in the shape of Michigan, and it's a really, really, really cool pool. So, because he's kind of the only one around here that has a pool, especially in my family, but, like, in general, pools aren't uncommon, but they're usually above ground, not in ground, and if they are in ground, they're typically just, you know, rectangular bodies of water. His was unique, and whatever. Like it's really cool. So, I would always go over there in the summertime when it got really hot, and I'm guessing he'll probably do it again this year, although he is getting kind of old and maintaining the pool is a lot of work. But all of his kids help him out with that too, because like they want to use it, and even though they're in their like 40s and 50s, they want to be they're like, yeah, I want to swim in the pool. So they often will go over there and vacuum it and whatever, and just let my grandpa do the treating. My grandpa will go out and buy the chemicals to chlorinate it and everything. And yes, it's a chlorinated pool, it's not a saltwater pool. My family is very close like that. Very, very close. If any of us need help, we're usually around to help each other, like, almost on call. That's just how close we are. It's one thing that keeps me from, like, moving away from my family is because of that support network. But they're also not, you know, 100% supportive in everything. They have their strong opinions about stuff, so they're kind of supportive until you make a decision they don't really agree with, kinda. Not really, like, that makes it sound harsh, but it's like, let's say you make the decision to move away from the family. Most of the family's gonna be like, don't know if that's a great idea. Like, not because you're moving away from the family, but because, like, my cousin, for example, he moved down to Arizona, which is way in the southwestern part of the United States, and, you know, we're in the kind of northeastern-ish part. We're a Midwestern state, but, like, pretty far east to be considered Midwest. But we're also kind of too far west to be considered Eastern, so it's, yeah, we're weirdly located in the United States, kind of middle-ish. The Middle East of the United States, yes. But, my cousin moved down to Arizona, and my family was like, well, if you're sure about that, but kind of like, we'll help you with whatever you need help with, but, like, you know, if crap hits the fan or whatever, and you're gonna ask us for, like, money or something, we're gonna be like, yeah, no, you made that decision to move down there. Kind of, anyway. It's not all like that, but that is kind of the general vibe of the family is, like, we support each other, but also make smart decisions. If you make a dumb decision and it comes to bite you, that's, we're gonna be like, well, told you so. Please, nothing hit me. I want to mine some stone, but I don't want the whole freaking cave to collapse on me. Like, I think I gotta remove... I don't have a shovel, right. Okay, so we really just have to make sure that doesn't hit me, and then when I do this mining... I knew that was gonna happen. But see, we're good, we're good, we're good. We're good. Everything's fine. See? See, we're fine. Nothing to worry about. That's why you build yourself a little shelter. See, now this is something I can work with, but I didn't want to miss all the iron that was above me. Because now I can fill this in wherever it needs to be filled in. And I can not have to worry about instability. I knew it was risky because it can still hit you, but it's not extremely risky. Usually what ends up happening is you mine out a little hole and then, you know, the block falls and hits this and then falls into the spot you were hiding. But it's not like the end of the world if you get hit with a block. It's when you get hit with like 4 blocks. That's why you build yourself a little roof. Cave instability is a whole thing that I think most people should try, because it's really not that bad. You just have to be careful about what you're doing. I knew that the ore was gonna fall, because 4 blocks, they each have a 50% chance of falling. More than likely, one of them is gonna trigger the landslide. So you gotta prep for it first. Give yourself a shelter. You can also use the support beams, but ain't nobody got time for debarking wood logs and trying to do that whole thing. That's my one complaint about the support beams, is that you gotta debark wooden logs and then you've gotta use, what is it, a chisel to do that on top of it. It's like, so now I have to carry wooden logs on me, or I have to carry support beams whenever I'm mining, or I can just carry dirt and give myself the barrier I'm looking for with dirt, kind of. And even then, the support beams aren't perfect because you can still have patches that aren't 100%. And you use it's like really expensive to use a support beam, honestly. This is probably good enough. I'm just gonna chip away this part. That'll be good enough. Well, have a good sleep, hell yeah. I was thinking about starting my stream a little earlier now that this whole daylight savings thing has happened for you, and I had a little extra time until I didn't. But, oh well. It is what it is. Hopefully Wednesday. Although, we'll see. I should be around Wednesday. I don't think anything's gonna happen. I appreciate you, Helia. Thank you for stopping by. I know you're dead tired and you're very busy, and yet you still make time to come over here. Cat as well, but Cat likes to lurk. And that's not a problem. I just can't compliment somebody who I'm not sure is actually here. Extremely busy. Extremely busy. Always busy. Hey, Dead Moon, what's going on? Currently stuck inside my own world due to a medium temporal storm. Just been panning away. That's usually how I spend most of my storms if I can as well. Either that or literally just like, well, I guess now's a good time for a break, and I get up from my desk and let the storm clear away. Though, when you finally get armor, if you can build yourself like a little box that you can fight things in, it can be really beneficial because the high tier enemies, especially the double-headed drifters, which will basically one-shot you, but if you can kill them, they can give, or pretty much are guaranteed to give you temporal gear. And in my desert playthrough, I got a temporal gear, 7 rusty gears, and like 2 or 3 flax fiber, I think it was. Absolutely worth farming them. So temporal storms are definitely like a early game, like avoid at all costs, but once you can build a spot where you can fight them, 100% do that. They give you great rewards. It's not uncommon on a heavy temporal storm to walk out, if you can kill the targets, that is, without dying, to walk out with like another 20-30 gears to your name, just because, depending on how safe you play it. Cat says I'm a chronic lurker. It's true. That's okay, Cat. I appreciate you being here too. And Dead Moon. I think this is the first time you've chatted, but still, appreciate everybody that stops by. It's been a good time. I like having people to talk to about various things, vintage story or otherwise. I've got a ton of iron. I've slowly been working on it. Yeah, so yeah, if you get a good farm, if you get whatever, I personally find the trick, and they're probably gonna fix it someday, but for now it's not fixed. One of the things you can do is place a door between fences, and that'll make it so that nothing can walk through the gap between the door and the fence, but you can still hit through that. And the door obviously allows you to get in and out of the enclosure that you're in, should you choose to leave, although on a heavy storm, that's usually a bad idea. Most of the enemies that spawn are tier 3 or higher. And it's really only the tier 4 enemies that are the ones that give the most loot, so if you get unlucky, if you get a bunch of tier 3 enemies and not that many tier 4s, then yeah, they don't necessarily, they're not as profitable necessarily, but when the next day comes around here, I'll show you my rough setup that I have, that I enjoy using. It could be improved upon for sure, but this is the one that I have in this section of the world since I just kind of moved over here, not even I think it's been about a year actually that I moved over here from my other main base. My bridge. Out of the way. This is why I need to make my bridge better, but that takes materials like iron tools, which I'm slowly getting towards. Because unfortunately I can't make steel here because all my steel is set up somewhere else, and I'm not ready for steel processing in this part of the world yet. But iron is very good. I'll take iron tools. And if I need steel, then I'll just pack food, and I've got a farm over there. I could go live in the other part of the world for a year or whatever, make steel, and come back here. If that's what I really want to do. I should probably, before I sleep, get iron going. So I like to use this room if I can. Though that's gonna be a door outside soon-ish, and I have a little bit of iron, but not much. Hammer. I should make an iron hammer. I can make another steel one, but I am trying to save my steel for essentially Falx blades and stuff, since that's what I'm probably gonna be doing most. And I guess repairing my steel armor should it get that damaged, but that's a long way away. In your main world, you live in a redwood forest. See, I would love to do that type of stuff, but the story locations, I don't believe, send you there. So if you're doing the story, like I am in this one, because this is my first time ever doing the story, then, you know, I can't go there until it tells me to go there, basically. I mean, I could, but then it, you know, I'm also playing with no map, which I don't have that listed. I should update the title. No map challenge. But not having a map means getting to and from a location like that is kind of hard. So I would have to build like a whole super highway system, or at least have landmarks to get me to that location and back for when I would be ready to continue the story. Why did I do all this? Whatever, it's fine. It's fine. My charcoal is in here. I should get more charcoal going while I'm thinking about that too. One thing at a time, brain. Ah, you did the archives for the first time ever yesterday. How did that go for you? Because for me, my first time ever, I got clapped. And I went in there with tailored Gambison armor, because I'm a tailor. And, iron tools. Iron weapons. Got clapped. Handily. Multiple times. But people on, you know, subreddits and everything else will be like, oh, you can go in there with bronze. Yeah, you can. And I'm sure if you're good at it, you can. You can do that boss with bronze, but I was not. Oh, it's 10 in the morning. Dang. Okay. Yeah, let me show you the little, well, you can kind of see it from here. It's my makeshift Coliseum. It's not pretty. I will make this better in the future, but for now, so what happened is this land that I'm in is it's a field, but it's also apparently covered in peat. And so there's this giant pit that was all peat that I burned because I was like, I don't need this. So I made this pit and I'm like, oh, this will be great for trapping creatures. And during temporal storms, if I come into here, the way I have this structured is shivers, I believe, need a like a 2x2 square at least to spawn in. So I never get a shiver to spawn in here. And because it's only a 1x1, I don't really get any other mobs to spawn in here either. So what I do is I stand behind this door, and you can easily hit things because drifters like to walk into doors constantly to try to get you. So I'll walk in here and I'll just do that. I'll smack at them through the gap. If a Bowtorn does try to shoot, you know, I have this whole fenced-in thing to give cover. And then when the storm finally ends, I go collect my rewards, or if they died at the door, I'll collect them mid-storm. The only problem is, don't accidentally try to carve one and then activate your door, because then you get swarmed pretty quickly and you're also trapped. But otherwise, it's a 3-block deep pit that nothing can get out of, so it's good for capturing animals, and it's good for the temporal storms. It's kind of my Coliseum. I run in there, everything runs in there after me, and I fight them. I do want to add like a whole system eventually to this to make it like more, like a little bit more symmetrical. I like having the fighting building in the middle, but I'd like to have a way out, and then, you know, maybe I can just shoot them with bows or something like that from a safe area. But for the time being, that's my little makeshift thing. So every time there's a storm, which there hasn't been one in a while, I'm gonna guess the game will want to spawn one on me soon, but every time there's a storm, I rush over there with my steel plate armor that I made. And you don't even have to have that. I just do it because I have it. And, you know, beat them up. It's exploiting basically the door mechanics that drifters like to walk into doors constantly for no apparent reason. So you're exploiting that little fact and mostly getting drifters, though if you get shivers or Bowtorn, you know, you can get them too. Though shivers and Bowtorn especially do not really do the door thing like drifters do. Shivers will try, but they don't see that as a valid entryway because they need 2 blocks to go through. They don't fit through 1-block gaps. So they don't really interact with it. They only interact with it if they somehow aggro onto you, which I think they do when you, like that little gap between the door and the fence, I don't think is considered like a wall. So then they're like, oh, target, and they'll target you, and then they can't reach you. This chicken is gonna spoil on me. I should probably cook that up now. Less than an hour means get down there now. Completely missed the boiler and had to... I almost had that happen to me when I explored the archives too. I saw the room, but I didn't really know what to do with that. And then I did eventually, like, see the spot, and I was like, oh, I get it. And I figured that out. The part that I checked the wiki for was honestly just to make sure that I wasn't missing any story stuff, because I almost missed the resonator after you beat the boss. I almost didn't interact with that, which means I almost didn't have story progression and would have had to go all the way back. It's like a good 6,000 blocks away from where my house was too. I would have been very upset if that had happened. Wait, what do you mean no matching recipe? Oh, you need 2 pieces of meat. Right. I am dumb. I forgot about that. Cook. Darn you. Sleepy and sleepless. I didn't realize I could interact with things like that. Just saw a bunch of free black coal. Me too. And honestly, I think that's a bit of a mistake on, oh, Sleepy said the thing about the boiler. Yeah, okay, gotcha. Yeah, I didn't see that it was you. Hey, welcome to the stream. But yeah, no, I same thing. I think that's a little bit of fault on the developers. Just a tiny bit, nothing crucial, but like, since you can't interact with anything in there, like you can't even place your darn lantern down, or like place crocs down with food in there, it makes perfect sense why you would miss something like that. I almost did too. Well, I have a lot of carrots. I wasn't planning on doing that, but I guess I can do that. It's fine. I'm gonna have more soon anyway. I gotta have food that's more than just berries anyway. But yeah, I had the same exact thing, man. I almost missed it completely until I saw that the door was open, and that I think I went to interact with it and it said something like no fuel, or this isn't a fire starter, or something like that. Like, basically it was telling you I can't light this because you don't have fuel in there, and I was like, oh, I can put fuel in there, got it. And that's how I figured out, like, that you can interact with it. I almost missed it entirely, though. Because I also saw the room full of black coal and was like, cool, black coal room. I mean, and to be fair, I probably should have put 2 and 2 together and been like, oh, there's black coal because of this. But again, you can't interact with anything in that dungeon. The only thing you can interact with are doors and torch holders. So, like, the natural conclusion is if you see this mechanical stuff that you're not supposed to interact with it. I get that they don't want you to mine it, but they should find a way to do that a little better, where they, like, allow you to, like, place your lanterns and stuff like that. I sort of understand why they don't, though. There's some freaky things you could do with lanterns. If you have never tried to do... There's, like, lantern climbing that you can do. It's very fun. But, there's some fun stuff you can do if you do it right. You can like take this and be like, all right, and then pick it up and place it again. So you jump on it and then pick it up, place, and you could just like loop that. So if they allowed you to place your lanterns wherever, you could just like climb up and down anything you wanted to. So I kind of get why they don't, but like, come on, man. Like, not everybody's gonna speed through the game that way, and if they're going to, then add some sort of vertical barrier, like a iron fence that can't be broken. Alright, bees. Bees, bees, bees. I can harvest 4 skeps. Then I suppose this one. No angry bees, and then maybe this one. Angry bees, and then maybe this one. And then maybe that one. Okay, you guys be angry at the dummy. Don't ever come over here. I wonder if they'll ever change the apiary bee behavior stuff. If you can have, like, generations of bees. Because bees are always kind of aggressive and hostile, but, like, I would like to see something where it's, like, they get less aggressive, or if there'd be, like, a way to smoke them to pacify them or something. Like actual beekeepers will do. That would be kind of nice, honestly. Gotta head out. It was nice meeting you. Wish you luck in your playthrough. Hope to talk again. See you later, Dead Moon. Thanks for stopping by again. I am here Monday, Wednesdays, and Fridays, so if you ever get time, feel free to check me out. Especially on Twitch, that's where my schedule is, if you're ever curious. I don't adjust it much, but if you're ever curious. Better beekeeping would be awesome. It's not like the current beekeeping is terrible or anything. I just, you know, like, in terms of improvements, that's one thing that I could definitely see eventually happening. The bloomery's done. Yay! It's probably not hot, but I might as well grab tongs anyway. It's such a nice feeling to make, like, tools and stuff like that. Especially iron blooms, working that and making all that. Like, it's nice. I gotta have a quenching area. I just realized I don't have a good way to access water. So I don't really have a quenching area, except for down in my kitchen. Which, honestly, I don't need to quench, but there's one flaw I didn't think about, is that I don't have any way to quench anything. Oh well. How much brown coal I got? I should have... I guess I got 12. That's more than what I need for this, but not much. I'll have to go mining for that soon. I've got some right next to my house, so I'm not worried about that. Oh, the iron bloom is 400 degrees, so that finished fairly recently. Okay, good. The first thing I'm going to do is make an iron hammer. I wonder what the optimal temperature is for working iron blooms and ingots at the same time. I usually do about 850 to 900 degrees. I guess it depends on how fast you are at doing your thing, but like, that's usually what I guess. Because I think it's around 750 that metal becomes unworkable. So I don't usually go up to max. Gotta get rid of that chunk. Get rid of that chunk. Okay. Let's move that down. Okay, I should definitely grab you, and then place another one of those, and then place my brown coal before it burns out. Iron ingot immediately getting worked into a hammer since it's warm. Where the hell is hammer? Right there. Usually something like this is okay. Although, yeah, there will be a problem there. Guess we'll just move you to the left and then move you down. Iron hammer for backup for later. We'll just put that there. Honestly, these iron blooms are... I'm gonna make a shovel and then maybe backup pickaxe. I'm not gonna do too much else. Although, I guess I could work them all into ingots. So I don't have to worry about that. Do I want to, though? How much do blooms stack to? Do they stack to, like, 16 like ingots do? I don't usually store blooms, but... I might, since I'm literally going to make a windmill. What's the point of me hammering out all of this now? That's what today's goal is to get a windmill up and running. Yeah, I won't work any more iron blooms. This will be fine. We're gonna make a shovel with this one. And maybe I'll make a second shovel. I'll make backup pickaxe and second shovel, I guess. Backup shovel. And then that'll be plenty for now. Because those are the ones that I'm probably going to go through the most right now. I'm working on terraforming all this stuff, so... land is definitely the focus. I do really like blacksmithing, though. It's very peaceful. Even making iron blooms. Which is one of the more annoying things that you have to deal with. Let's do this, and then we want one down there. We want basically this structure. This guy moves into place. These guys move into place. And then don't hit the wrong bit. And you'll be just fine. Where are you in lore progression so far? Or are you not doing any of it? I am on my way to the devastation. I live right next to the main village. Or whatever. Nadia. The village that I know of. I don't think they have more than one village at the current moment. That's my understanding. But I am working my way towards the devastation. I moved my entire house over here, basically. And so most of my recent streams have been me you know, surviving out here because I'm a good 25,000 blocks away from my main base that was so set up with 3 health hammers and steel making. I miss it so much. Not having to hammer out plates, and I made a whole set of steel plate armor there, and I still have that set with me, but like, I miss that base, man. I don't like moving. I left my 3 health hammers back there, and I'm debating on, do I want to get the materials for it or haul butt all the way back that far. I know I'm starving. I don't want to go get that right now. Yeah, so I've talked to the villagers and they've, you know, they told me about like the ranger hunter guy was all like, "Oh yeah, devastation. Nobody talks about it. You're not allowed to go there. Something about an old hermit that lives nearby, but I'm supposed to clear devastation first before I can go do that thing." And so when I first moved over here, it was like, okay, you know, I got over here in the spring, so it was like, get the crops, start a farm, get a house kind of set up, you know, start growing the trees that you're going to be using, find out your sources of lime and all that other stuff for your leather making, get your animal farm set up. All of that has been the last year, in-game year, of course, of setup. So I'm hoping by the time that this next winter rolls around, which it is currently June, I'm hoping by the time this next winter rolls around, I will be back up to full. I'll have, you know, full food. I've been harvesting temporal gears. You know, and the only steel I'll have on me is my Falx Blade. And I still have a little bit of alcohol for bandages on me, but I would like to have more if I can help it. But that's a whole boiler, condenser, fruit press, all that other stuff that I don't know if I'll get into this year. Wow, I just made another pickaxe by accident. Well, I'll have a lot of iron pickaxes, won't have to worry about that. Meant to make second shovel. Oh well. You can never have too many pickaxes, I guess. Unless I don't burn through these iron ones by the time I'm ready to start making steel here, but that's gonna be a long ways away. Even though I already have a good solid lead on Olivine for tier 2, and I've already found bauxite over here, I would like to find titanium and get that going. But that's going to require pulverizer, which again, mechanical power, so yeah. Hence why we are where we are. Iron blooms are going to go in here. I don't feel like working those down. And same thing with the brown coal. Good enough. How do you figure out the locations without a map? So they give you the story maps, like this. Letter to the Lazaret. And when you right-click on it, instead of adding a marker to your map, it tells you a block distance. And then you just have to hone in on the block distance. So I'm 13,040 blocks away from the Lazaret in my current location. And you just run around, keep right-clicking the map until you get your location locked down, so you know, oh, it's this way, and you go that way, and then you keep checking every so often until you get to 0. It's like simultaneously more and less precise. Because at least the way I understand it with the story stuff is that they don't give you the exact location, they give you an approximate location on your main map. but they add a marker, and then obviously you can just pin the marker. This gives you the exact location. It tells you you are this many blocks from the location. So you can't miss it. And by exact, they like, I'm pretty sure it is the center of the location. So when I went to the archives first, and I did that map system, like, I dug kind of under it or around it. I actually was in a cave digging a tunnel because I could hear the humming of, like, the giant resonator that's down there. And, I was like, man, what's that sound and everything? I was, like, so, like, kind of creeped out but excited. And, I hit a block that was like, you don't have permission to mine this. I was like, what? And then I found out when I worked my way around it, I mined through the mountain I was in. And when I popped out the other side, I was like, I don't see anything, turned around, and there were the doors that took you to the archives. I was like, oh, okay. That explains that. The trickiest thing about no map is not finding the story locations, it's finding where you die. Because of the random block respawn, so I have 1,000 block spawn radius on this world. Because it started off with the 5,000 block, and then I just couldn't do it with my lack of experience back then. I might be able to do it now, but the general lack of experience and thousands of blocks away makes it really difficult for you to find your way home without making landmarks. Now that I'm further progressed, the biggest thing is temporal gears and making sure that I use them every time I get low. Like, if I have one spawn left and a temporal storm is approaching, I will try to use a temporal gear. And I will delay respawning until the storm's over if I have to, if I can't guarantee that I will survive through the entire storm. Like that type of stuff. You really, really have to be aware of that. Because if you die over here now, I'll spawn all the way back at my other base with no way of getting here. Because I don't have the map fragments that tell me where this location is anymore. Because they're over here. And getting them again will be kind of difficult. I'd have to find a treasure hunter trader that would tell me about the Lazaret, though I have a super highway that connects me from my house over there to the Lazaret. It's getting here that I think would be a problem, because you find a, you know, bit of paper or whatever in the Lazaret, and I don't think you can get that again. I'm not sure if you can or can't. I've never actually looked because I haven't been back there in a while, but like, I don't know if you can get that again. So if it's gone, it might just be gone, and I have no path set up between there and here. I followed the map completely. Okay, these should be done. Yes, these are done. Good. $47 more carrots. I love this. Did you just eat my carrots? I think Souffle just ate my carrots, you little turd. Bad. I did not say you could eat those. Just because they were on the ground does not mean they're elk food. Oh, hello, boar. Are you coming to eat the turnips I dropped? Do you wish to become food? It's like cats. If it's near him, it's his. Yeah, kinda. I'm so thankful that animals can't eat your crops. Like, rabbits can come eat your... I think they can come eat your berries and maybe your grain, but they can't eat your turnips and parsnips and stuff like that, as far as I know. Alright, you guys are not being any help right here next to my stuff, making me stress out about my crops. It's like, boars are traditionally really destructive. Like, in real life, like the United States, the whole southern half of the United States is plagued by a wild boar problem, and they just go through and rip up flower beds and stuff and anything. They rip through it all just so that, you know, they can eat, and then they move on to the next thing. They just destroy everything, much like humans. But they have so many because, well, they're pigs, and pigs breed like crazy. They have like tens of thousands of wild boars, where, like, to the point where, at least for a while, hunting them wasn't even really regulated. It was like, if you see them, you can shoot them if on sight if you want, kind of. Where's the sow that was here? I don't know. She's gonna be gone, I guess. But they will destroy all crops without thinking about it. And I would not be surprised if that does get added. I know 1.22 changes the look of boars, so maybe they'll do something to the behavior, or maybe they have. I don't know. But for now, I'm thankful that's not a thing, because I don't want to guard that flower bed. Why do I know that about the boars? Because I live in the United States and pay attention to things that plague the United States occasionally. Not all the time, but I've seen a number of documentaries and, you know, news and all that other stuff about them. They absolutely destroy things. And they're aggressive because they're boars and they're big. Like, you know, the males more specifically than the females, and they have tusks. They will rip up dogs. They are not friendly creatures at all. They have no fear. It's a huge problem in that part of the country. Wait, no, I can't do that. I gotta do this. So I was right. Yeah, it's a real problem. Yeah, but I can't say I'm the most knowledgeable on it, but you know, you see it around History Channel and Discovery Channel and those types of things on cable TV. You know, you could be in a doctor's office and they'll have something, they'll be like, oh, wild boars are destroying the southern part of the country, and they'll show like footage and, you know, play audio logs of police. And it's not like, you know, constant, like it's everywhere, but it was a really, really big issue. And I think it's still somewhat a fairly large issue. I don't think they have lowered the population that much, but who knows? I don't really keep tabs on it. And I can't say that it's like, oh, every day, you know, that type of stuff happens. It's just like, I know that like farmers and stuff were having problems, or people, you know, just anybody who lived in the country kind of was kind of an issue for them. All right, so it is now about noon. I suppose I should continue my work now that I have my shovel on my windmill area. Whoa, don't fall. So I was gonna remove this hill, so that's, I guess, the next thing I'm doing. on the conversation of knowing weird information, I find it funny. I think a lot of people have that weird encyclopedia of strange knowledge that you'll probably never need to know, but somehow you know it. There are people that can, like, remember passcodes to a puzzle in a video game they played when they were a kid. And it's like, thank God I can remember that, but I don't remember how to change my tire on my car or whatever. I always find it really funny whenever this information comes up. Like, I can tell you all about wild boars and how devastating they are, whatever, you know, from what I've seen from documentaries I watched 10 years ago. And now it's like, of course I know that, but I can't tell you what, like, I don't know, I can't tell you what happened in my D&D campaign 3 weeks ago. I could give you bits and blurbs, but nothing real concrete. Thank God I know about different types of bones. I can't remember what I ate for lunch. Exactly. It's like that type of stuff. It's like somehow a human being learns these crazy, obscure facts, and their brain is just like, yep, gonna remember that forever. But, like, you can't remember the more important things. I love that. I think it's one of the coolest things that, like, everybody has something. I couldn't tell you a darn thing about bones of the body. Even though I had an entire anatomy class where we went through and we talked about the different bones and where they were located and what their functions were, I couldn't tell you anything about it. It was school, and it was kind of in one ear and out the other, except for the cool stuff. The only thing I honestly remember from my high school anatomy class that I took as an elective was that that teacher really liked to kind of torment the kids a bit. She had a section of her anatomy class that she would do towards the end of the semester that was just called Terribly Awfuls. And it was just like all this really, really bad, obscure crap that can happen to human beings and their bodies. Like bugs getting in places that they shouldn't be. And literally breeding and or, you know, laying eggs and that type of stuff in your body. It's like, I don't like that at all. That makes me uncomfortable. And that was what she called her Terribly Awfuls segment of anatomy. It was very fun, but also unsettling. It made you never want to travel to the places because they'd be like, yeah, there's like, you know, whatever, bot flies or whatever, and you hear about them and how they do whatever they do to the body, and then you're like, and they're only found in South America. You're like, great, never going to South America. Got it. In reality, that, you know, type of stuff doesn't happen much, and even when it does happen, because it happens in that area, the doctors of the area know how to treat that type of stuff. But it's like, she always framed it in a way of like, you know, basically she knew that kids would be kind of tormented by that information, and so she had a lot of fun with that segment. Not that the kids didn't either, they loved it. I don't remember what our topics before Terribly Awfuls were. But I remember kids being like, when are we going to get to Terribly Awfuls? They were so excited for it. Like, honestly, she was a great teacher. If you can make your students that passionate about something that, honestly, they probably shouldn't be passionate about, good. That means that you're a good teacher. Cob is one of my favorite building blocks in this game. It doesn't look the prettiest, but the fact that you can basically make more dirt out of kind of nothing, it's kind of crazy. And it's great for wilderness survival stuff when you have the terrain instability, because then, you know, it's a block that doesn't worry about the gravity. It's a really nice block to have in a run like this. Still grows grass, but no stability. Can be used to reinforce mountains without it looking completely out of the way. Just looks like dry dirt. From a distance, anyway. I'm so glad I worked on this path and made it a little bit nicer. Now it's easier to get to and from. Demon, what's up? How's it going? Yes, Cat, it is a decent choice for a starting shelter for sure. The fact that it's just grass and dirt and gives you more dirt, kind of, is really nice. Though I often used for my shelters packed dirt just because it was even easier. It just converts dirt into dirt that doesn't fall. A boxing anime. The only, like, martial arts type of anime I've seen is Baki. And that's just extreme. I don't think that's really the best fighting anime for a reference I could use. Baki and Baki Hanma, I should say. But fighting anime can be cool. Like that type of stuff. Especially, at least Baki and Baki Hanma kind of try to talk about the martial arts techniques that they use before they just go kind of shonen with it. But... it's very much unrealistic stuff. But it's... I don't know. Guilty pleasure. I like fighting anime. I grew up watching Dragon Ball Z. Sue me. Hey, Sleepy, no worries. Thanks for stopping in. Appreciate your company. Have a great day, dude. Baki is silly intentionally. Yes. Yeah, I'm sure it is. That's the only one I've seen, though, because I don't usually get into that type of stuff. Like, I can't say I'm not into fighting anime, but I have a guilty pleasure for shonen. Because, again, I grew up with Dragon Ball Z, so all this type of stuff about this dude is super strong. Look at how awesome he is. Watch as he takes this guy down. But this guy's even stronger. But then dude number one got even stronger. It's like, okay. I know it's not, like, it's definitely not most people's cup of tea. It's a guilty pleasure type of thing for me. I don't know, man. I like that type of stuff. It's more I'm fascinated with how they're going to make it happen, because you know what's going to happen. You're like, okay, the main character really can't lose. So what are they going to do? What are they going to reveal? And how do they do it? And sometimes they do it in really unique ways, but it's hard for me to watch things like there's different like sports anime out there that talk about like, you know, whatever, soccer or tennis or whatever. And like I've heard that there are really good ones, and I just never got into it. Though, that's probably more in general because I'm not really a sports person. Like, I like sports, but unfortunately, real-life sports is locked behind some sort of streaming subscription thing, typically, so I never really watch it because I'm like, I'm not paying for this. Used to be when you had cable, you had that, but now most people don't have cable. 3 larch seeds. Thank God. My larch trees were getting a little thin. I harvested 5 trees and didn't get a... I got like 1 larch seed from them before. Thank God I'm getting some good trees. Yeah. I'll have to check it out. Hajime no Ippo? Ippo? It's probably Ippo. I'll have to watch it. Or at least check it out or something. See some sort of synopsis of it. I might be able to give that type of stuff a shot, because it depends, you know, it's not like they make it uninteresting. That stuff is usually pretty interesting. It's just for whatever my brain doesn't, like, you know, if it's like that, between that or something crazy like, you know, Bleach or Naruto or One Piece, you know, I got into that type of stuff. Even though those have, you know, like thousands of episodes or hundreds of episodes, whatever. It's like I got into that stuff more just because I'm like, all right, this guy shoots laser beams from his palms. That's a given. I'm taking that as a fact. I'm not questioning it. Let's go. This guy has a sword that talks to him occasionally, and through the power of plot armor is able to unlock a second form that apparently beats everything it comes across. Got it. But only sometimes when the narrators and storytellers want him to use the unstoppable second form power. Got it. Somehow my brain's like, yep, that's cool. You got it. No questions. Continue telling the story. But I did get into... God, what is the cooking anime that everybody was talking about? That one got popular, though, for a different reason. That was because they made all the people's clothes explode off when they ate really good food. What the heck was that called? I don't remember what that was called. It was, like, uncomfortable to watch, but at the same time, you're like, I kind of relate, because when you have really good food, you're like, yeah, no, it's different. Loopy, what's up? Year 6 is crazy. Well, yeah, it takes a long time to do anything, when, especially you have no map. I spent a good, like, year just getting from, my base over to the Lazaret. That was basically a whole year. English name is Fighting Spirit. Probably easier to remember that. That's true. Delicious in Dungeon. No, it wasn't that one. It was, God, what the heck? What the heck was it called? If I find it, I'll search for it. Food anime. I'll know it when I see the name. It's probably one of the top in this list, towards the bottom. Food Wars! That was the one. I don't know how I didn't remember the name when literally the name is Food something. Food Wars. Yes. And you brought it up just as I found it. That got really popular because of the fact that people's clothes would explode off. I don't know if that's a common thing in food anime, but, like, having some dude eat a spoonful of food and then he loses his entire tuxedo because it's too damn delicious is, like, the weirdest thing. But whatever. Food is, like, huge, apparently, from what I'm gathering. Also, Loopy, I did read your comment. Let me... World I'm playing, I just got my first flax harvest. And spelt is like September year 0. Yeah, I mean, we all start somewhere. It takes a long time to get anywhere, man. My first year here, because it was basically me starting over. Even though I'm year 6, it feels like year 2. Or I guess technically year 1. It feels like my first winter is just over because I spent my first winter here just I filled all this in, and I'm gonna probably chip it away now. I spent my first winter here just, like, eating flax bread and flax pies stuffed with cranberries and stuff. I didn't make it through the winter on the food that I had. I had to go out and hunt. I thought I would make it through, but I didn't. Actually, just turned out that I didn't, and it's very weird. I'm like, I've never, like, I haven't struggled with food in this game in multiple years. I've always had more food than I know what to do with. Now, this year, I think things are going to be different, because I've been growing some flax and some spelt. I should be checking my farm, actually. I probably have some crops that are grown, like rice. I've also been trying to focus on growing rice. But I am dealing with a new issue that I've never had to deal with, and that is the temperature is too warm over here for turnips in the summertime. So they're really only a spring and fall plant if you want to get the full harvest. Thankfully, turnips grow really fast. So, you know, I just grow them anyway and deal with the fact that I get less harvest because they grow in like 5 days. So what's the point? Why not? Even if it's only, you know, you don't get a stack, you get a half stack of turnips. That half stack is better than waiting. It's just turnips. Yeah, I need to water this too. I always forget that this isn't all watered all the time, so yeah, bad me. This stuff is dry. I should have been over here days ago. I just completely forgot about it. That's okay. This is just flax for the most part. Not super worried about that. I'm only growing this flax because I want to replace whatever I'm about to use for a windmill. Growing onions. More spelt. Parsnips. I found parsnips, which is cool. I didn't have any of those before. Is the rice done yet? It's getting there. Takes so long. This rice has been growing for like 2 months. I think it takes 3 months to grow rice. It is ridiculous. That is until I get better soil. I do have a little high fertility soil, but I'm gonna wait until I am ready to kind of expand my farm. Because the other thing is, too, in this location, it is slightly warmer by the village than it is, where I'm at. It's like a few degrees warmer, so it technically becomes spring earlier there and all that. And I'm thinking about potentially having to move my farm to that location. Or at least having a farm that's going to start growing my important crops earlier. Because food will hopefully not be an issue much longer. In this world. Hopefully I'll get to, like, I have turnip pies, I have stacks of turnips, stacks of onions, whatever. They'll get me through for a while. The main reason why I worked on flax so much was so that I had it for this year. So it's like, okay, I'm gonna just suffer through flax food for a while and make pies and stuff with that. And the only reason why I'm growing it now is I want the grain so I can feed the pigs that I have. Which, my sow should be giving birth real soon. And then I don't have to worry too much about the pig farm. I don't have a cleaver yet. I should probably work on that at some point. Put that away. It's calm rift activity, and it's late, but not... I mean, I might as well kind of work through the night. Just follow the ledge around, no big deal. I do not see Gracie. One big field with either spelt or rye or flax. Stacks and stacks of spelt. Great. Yeah, honestly, flax, the only reason why I rushed it as hard as I did in this world is because, like, I'm trying to speed my progress up a bit in terms of, like, hey, I want to have a windmill, you know, in year 1. I almost had it in year 0, but I didn't want to invest all the resources for that. There were other things that were more important to me. But I was like, I want to, you know, really get a windmill up and running so that this next winter, when I am working on my iron, because I have an iron mine again, I'll have a windmill to help me with that instead of me manually doing everything like I did this last winter and early spring. Especially when it comes to torch holders. God, making brass plates sucks. Not that that's any different than any other plates, but... I mean, iron gets so abundant, you start going like, well, I can make iron lanterns, which is what I did here. But I had to make 3 iron plates, so you're turning a bloom into ingots, ingots into plates, and then plates into lanterns. So much effort for just having a little portable light, which is nice. My house is still a bit on the dark side, but I just desperately want to have mechanical power again. Even if it's just 1 Helvhammer. And if I do this, the way I'm planning on doing it now is having multiple windmills, like not 1 tower, but multiple towers. And apparently in 1.22, they are changing how mechanical power via windmill works, where if you have blades that are too close to each other, then you'll get less power from them. There's like I think they have to be like 20 blocks apart or something. So what they're trying to do is incentivize you to have multiple windmill towers and not just one with 4 blades right next to each other. That does mean, though, mechanically speaking, with the power and everything, it will be a bit awkward. You'll probably need more large gears. Although, I also heard that they're adding more types of gears, or at least 1 type of gear. Somebody posted on the Vintage Stories subreddit today, I think, about it, where they built this like massive windmill thing, and they were like, I can't get these 2 to connect, and it's disappointing me. And it was because they were using a transmission, and the transmission has 2 gears, but it's not supposed to connect like that. Though a commenter did say that they're apparently adding a gear that can connect like that with another gear. So I don't know. We're gonna be getting some cool things. We're also getting water power, so that's a thing too. So I guess if I build my windmills properly now, I can upgrade this world to 1.22 if I have to. And then, you know, I'll already have that. Won't have to remake them at that point. Future-proofing just a little bit. Yes, they do. They do really have a thing for gears. There we go. Still think we need to at least lower... Let's get rid of the leaves. We probably need to lower... Kind of need to, like, chip away this, at least this part of the mountain. This is probably good enough. We'll just get rid of this section here. I just want to be able to see things a little bit better. But I don't want to dig away my entire mountain either, so... that's probably good. Okay, basalt gravel I really don't care about. I don't know why I'm holding on to it. Cool. Now this is less of a mess, and I should be able to see... Sunrise will be happening soon. It's already kind of happening. So we'll just check the progress of my work. Medium fertility soil in here. I don't have a use for all of this medium soil, but I'll find something for it. Okay. Lots of gravel that I really don't care about. I wish I had the panning machine mod that I had with my Sky World. This is exactly why I loved that thing so much, is because I have so much gravel and I'm sitting here and I'm like, I'm never gonna pan all this. Why would I pan through like 2 stacks of gravel at this stage in the game? Looks like I'm turning my home into more of a fortress. Yeah, I guess you could say that a little bit. I'm gonna build a windmill, which isn't really fortressy, but I am flattening it out. I kind of want to build like a cool castle type of thing up here if I can. That's a little bit what I'm going for. Up the food, thank you. I mean, picture this in your mind. It sounds really cool, and I probably won't be able to make it happen in practice, but you've got a village down below, and they're talking about, you know, like, oh, it's so dangerous to go mining. Nobody, like, they'll tell you, like, nobody goes and collects iron without the entire village going because it's too dangerous. And then you've got the Seraph up at the top of the mountain who oversees everything, who's just casually built himself a castle using iron he personally mined. You've got this guy who's just casually flexing on the entire community that is below him. He comes down from the mountain once in a while. You can see him riding around on his elk. Nobody goes up there. Nobody talks to him. I wrote a whole character backstory. Man, it's kind of like I got into D&D or something and wrote and have these great character ideas in my head. Although I blame my friends. When I was starting Vintage Story and I was playing Worlds with them, and they were all new to it too. I was the only one that found out how to exploit a bear's weakness, or one of its weaknesses, and so I was regularly harvesting bears, and it was like, here you go guys, here's leather, or whatever. They're like, how do you kill all these bears? I found out an easy way to drown them. And so I was just constantly like chasing bears into rivers and stuff, and they were chasing me, and then I'd let them sink to the bottom and drown, and I'd come back with like 6 bear hides, and like, oh my god. And they called me the bear drowning druid because I was a healer when we played. And so they kind of wrote a character backstory. They're like, yeah, your character's the crazy one that only the village kids hear about in stories. Man so wild that he's out there and he challenges bears in single combat and wins. Whenever they had a problem with bears, they were like, can you come over here and deal with it? I was like, sure, no problem. But yes, I kind of have this character backstory thing in my mind of like the weird immortal being that lives on the mountain and oversees the entire village. Because when you live on a mountain, you have to basically have the backstory equivalent of a dragon. Or ancient spirit. Okay, that should be a much better view. That's not where I'm gonna put my windmill. That is just me flattening this out for a better view of the surrounding landscape. My windmill is probably gonna go... it needs to be near my blacksmithing area here. I'm thinking maybe over on this segment of land, since that's also part of the mountain. And kind of like... I can see my kitchen and stuff from there, so like I could make a little bridge that connects that. Go over to the windmill. I'm gonna have a back door that goes into my house from here too. I just don't have one yet. Yeah, well, maybe I will have one because I'm like constantly running around anyway. Why wouldn't I? So that would be stair, stair, and that would work just fine. This room will be an entryway type of thing instead of what I use it currently, which is for the pit kiln. I should lower that down a couple more blocks, but like this is so much better now. I'm hoping that I can chisel this glass and still have this be considered a room. Because that's what I want to do. If it doesn't work, I guess I'll have to make more glass. Debug. Rooms high. Yes. Unhigh. Cool. Yeah. See, now look at this. Also, what is get rid of HUD? Is it F4? Yes, it is. Look at that. Isn't that such a nice view? It's part of the reason why you want to live on a mountain, so you can see everything the light touches is my domain. Oh, the fighting anime got you thinking about working out? Do you go to the gym or anything, dude? Demon? I've been picking up my gym routine a little bit more. I wasn't going for a long time, and I've started kind of getting back into it a little bit more. I didn't go for like 3 weeks because I was cleaning my house and stuff. I figured I was getting enough exercise doing that, but now that that's clean, I'm trying to take time to get back into my gym routine. I've tried several times. It's hard to stick to. I don't like walking in place. It's so boring. Do you listen to any like podcasts or watch? Yeah, I mean, you can watch stuff on your phone if you want. I've done that before. Though I get what you mean, because I get that too. Even with that type of stuff, like I'll listen to a song, and the gym typically has TVs on and stuff too, so, or at least mine does. Not that I go anywhere special, I just go to Planet Fitness, but they have TVs on usually, so a lot of the times there'll be something on the news, or they like to put on like those like judge TV shows like Judge Judy and all that other stuff. So there's usually one TV that's doing that. There's one that'll do like home renovation stuff, like house flippers and whatever. And I enjoy watching that type of stuff, even though I don't watch that much TV, so it's enough of a distraction for me to be like, oh crap, like 30 minutes went by. Though, if I really don't feel like it, like today I was listening to a podcast and it was funny, but I was like, I got stuff I gotta do before stream and I don't have much time, so I just went and like really pressed myself to go like... I was on an elliptical for a half an hour going at like 20 whatever difficulty setting. It's not incline, it's like friction restriction setting, whatever the hell. I set it to 20 and just went that way for a straight 30 minutes, and it was like a 300 calorie burn in 30 minutes. I was like, good, done. Like, that's what I'm gonna do. Sometimes if I have a little bit more time, I go there and I just set it a little more casually and try to find something fun to watch or listen to something. Yeah, if I walk, I can usually tune out my walking and watch something else, because, I don't know, you're on a stationary thing, like treadmill or whatever. I usually run an elliptical. I find them just to be a better workout. I hate treadmills. They make my feet hurt more. And that's probably because I have bad shoes, but my shoes are old. And I don't really have a ton of expendable money, so it's like I'm not... Why go buy more shoes to use this machine I don't really want to use? But I like the elliptical more than I like the treadmill, and I feel like you get a better workout in a shorter period of time for that. I only go for about an hour. I have some friends that are like, yeah, when I go to the gym, I go for like 2.5 hours. I'm like, I don't know how you do that, dude, because I get bored. But like weightlifting and stuff, like that's usually what I do for podcast stuff. Is if I'm listening to something, I can do weightlifting or whatever, not have to worry about it too much. I also don't prioritize weightlifting, though. I usually do cardio more than weightlifting. Even though weightlifting is supposed to be better in terms of like workout and calories burned and that type of stuff. Need to find a good place I can do some walking that I can fit in my daily routine. Yeah, that's kind of the thing. I live in sort of the country, not super far from town or anything like that, but like it's country enough, and it's kind of, the roads curve around here and all that other stuff, that I really just I'm not like scared that a car is gonna hit me or anything like that. I just don't really like walking around here. I've tried it a few times. I just don't get into it. I've gone to like local parks and stuff and done some walking that way. We have like a few trail systems that are maintained by the township or whatever that I'll go through. But I do most of my workout stuff at the gym. And if I don't feel like going to the gym, that's when I do the other stuff. Alright, well, windmill numero uno. I guess I'm gonna put probably right around here. So let's just try to have this not fall apart on me. That's what I'm trying to prevent, is that landslide stuff right there. Stay with me. Don't go anywhere. Okay. I like walking local parks and such. Problem is it's getting hot outside. Heat tolerance of an ice cream cone. Yeah, I mean, me too. Me too. I'm a pretty big guy, so. Oh, you got auto modded, Demon? Rip. I didn't even get a notification that time that you were auto modded, though I'm not using Twitch chat. I'm not looking at Twitch chat. I have a different one that lets me see both YouTube and Twitch. I don't really like my current chat setup, but Streamlabs wants money to do all this, and I don't have the money, so someday when I make more money, I will invest a little bit more heavily into that, but for now, I do what I can. I can't afford a monthly subscription when I don't make that much money. Though, I do believe it tries to tell me anyway, so I don't know why it didn't there. It's weird. Oh, you've been bit at by dogs? That's no fun. Sounds like you got some pretty bad pet owners in your town. Don't know how to keep their pets on a leash and actually, you know, take care of them properly. Yeah, unfortunate country living, yeah. I kind of get that. All right, well, my windmill doesn't have to be crazy big. Though I do want to connect it to my base, so I guess it should be taller than that. So that's ugly. I just realized I'm missing, like, part of my roof over here. That's better. I'll fix that later. So this should be up a little higher, I suppose. So then I'm gonna need some staircases up. So what do I want to do? I probably want to make it a 3x3 at least on the inside. Maybe a 4x4 on the inside, which means it needs to be a 5x5 on the outside. So if I do that, then I would need... Or it needs to be a 5x5 with walls, so I would probably want a 6x6 so that I can walk around the building at the very least. Was this 7 by 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7-ish? So that should be big enough. So then if I did this, I should be able to go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 3, 4, 5. That's a 3x4. I need 4x4. One more. I didn't account for the extra space there. 4x4 is probably a nice enough little walk-in area here. And that'll give me a little bit of a path. I'll have to extend this out a bit more. I'm gonna be out of cob. Because the plan will be, honestly, I should make the, I don't want to make the land. How do I want to do this? Because I'm thinking I'm essentially going to have a staircase that just takes me up to the base of the tower. So it doesn't need to be cobblestone here. This could be packed dirt, I guess. Maybe. Maybe I can make it cob. I would need more grass for that, but it's probably the better deal. Because I don't want it all cobblestone, because A, that's kind of a waste of materials, and B, that would be really expensive. Use up a bunch of clay and basalt stone for no real reason. Might not look the nicest if I do rammed earth. Though, maybe it wouldn't look too bad if I used the smooth variant. Packed dirt wouldn't look as nice either. Yeah, there's so many people with dogs that are just like, they feel like they know, they're like, my dog's fine, my dog's not the issue, you're the issue, or I can control and command my dog until the moment they can't. And then you're like, great, so you sure you don't want your dog on any sort of leash? Because, seems to be a problem. I should probably work on making some real food. How about do some stuff with spelt? Make some pies out of spelt flour after I eat some of this food. Okay. Oh. Whew. Okay, it's stretching time. Time for me to get up out of my seat for a second. I will be right back, y'all. Hope you enjoyed the rave spamming Kern over here. Fun part about alt tabbing, you can keep that stuff going. Let's do more firewood. Probably I'm gonna have 24, which will get me, yeah, it's probably enough for 2 ovens at 4 each. Yeah, that'll get me 12 pies. I might even need 5 each, but we'll see what I can do. Every once in a while you gotta stand up. I stood up, went to the restroom, stretched, and then I laid down on the bed behind me. Just like completely stretch out. I need 48 of these. Okay. Doop, 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 doop. Onion pie looks great. The next batch of pies, or I said 12 pies, 6 pies. Yeah, this is definitely enough. The next batch of pies that I do, I'm going to make them fruit pies, but for now, but these are 5 days. Yeah, I mean, I think I'll be able to definitely survive off this, and hopefully by then I'll have some spelt harvested. If I don't, whatever, I'll make some fruit pies out of whatever I have. Onion pie does sound horrible. Like, I was just thinking about that. Like, I could understand like a meat pie with onions in it, but they don't let you mix and match things in your pies. Because, like, there's no cheese, there's no meat, there's nothing, no other vegetables, is just onion, chopped up, put in a pie. Like, if they let you, like, mix ingredients, like, honestly, where I'd love to see food go in the future is a nice mix thing like that, where they could be like, look, you put cheese and meat in your onion pie, and suddenly you've got, like, a shepherd's pie type of thing. And that's way, way better than just straight up onion pie. They're adding pot pies. I don't know if they are. If they are, that's exactly what I'm talking about. I have no idea if they are. I have not been keeping tabs on the update because at this point they just change enough stuff over time that I'm like, I'll just wait for the update. Like, it's not like they're drastically changing it. They just keep adding things. So I'm like, just give me 1.22 stable, and then I will read through the 4-page long notes of patch notes and play the game, because they're adding so much. This is, I think, larger than 1.21 by a good margin. Because 1.21, I was barely around when that was a thing. Like, I was pretty new, and I started on 1.20, and 1.21 came out. It's like, oh yeah, we added a bunch of stuff for, like, boats and oceans and stuff like that, and like, you know, actually sailing across oceans, and I'm like, none of my worlds have oceans. Yeah, that's kind of where I'm at too. The full stable release is when I'll probably look at all the notes and stuff too. I'm not gonna be the YouTuber that's like, yo, top 50 things changing in 1.22. But I will be the YouTuber that's like, alright, 1.22 added all this, like, fishing stuff or whatever. Time to do Ocean Challenge. I need a mod author to like make a mod that allows me to somehow survive underwater the entire time. Because I would love for my ocean challenge to not include any way, like no starting land, but that's not possible. So I'll have to do like, it'll be more like an island challenge, which is fine. My vanilla vintage story challenges do way better algorithmically than any of my other videos though, so can't complain too much. I release a video on Always Night or Living in the Sky, don't get much. I release a video on Living in the Desert, it's still getting me tens of thousands of views. It's just a weird thing. I guess people want to watch vanilla stuff. Then all the comments, what's funny is so many people are like, that's why I run Hydrate or Dihydrate, but if I run a modded playthrough, people don't watch it. Like, I get like half the number of people to watch those. It's the weirdest thing I've noticed about Vintage Story. Like, okay. Hefty turnip stew with turnip and turnip all fall winter, yeah. YouTube actually recommended both Subnautica uploads to you. Good. I had to re-upload my Red Plague one that I did, and I re-uploaded the... So I've done 3 Subnautica uploads over the weekend. I did 2 videos that were new, and then I had to re-upload... Well, I did... Okay, no, that's a lie. I've done 4 uploads, 2 of them were re-uploaded videos. Because apparently I've been trying to play through a mod that's pretty big called the Red Plague. I've heard of it before, and they just apparently released like a big ol' Act 2 update to that mod, so I'm like, yeah, I'll give it a shot, why not? And, so I'm doing like an episodic series on that, playing through that. That was one that I re-released today because I released it yesterday and then went to go listen to it on my phone after I had made it live and I couldn't hear myself that well. I was like, crap, the audio's messed up. Because I could hear myself fine in my noise canceling headphones at my PC, but I always forget to actually watch it on my phone too. So I had to re-upload that, and then I re-uploaded my first Subnautica challenge to get more views, and that one did get more views. That one's already doing better. And it's only been like 3 days. And then I uploaded the new one that I did with the Blossom submarine. And that one's doing better than all of them so far. I'm hoping that re-uploading my Red Plague one will be... with the better audio will give it a little bit better reception because it only had 50 views. So I'm hoping by fixing the audio problem that'll get more. 50 views is not much. When Vintage Story, I can post a video and within a few hours I'll have like a couple thousand. And if it's the Arctic or Desert Challenge, I had like 15,000 by the end of a first day. Those are really nice videos for me. Actually, no, I think it was like 8,000. Hey, my cherries are done. I can't let these go to waste. Should probably pick these now. First time ever harvesting cherries. This other tree will be done soon, and then, yeah. This one will be done in about 4 days. This pear tree will be done in about 13 days. But I do have some wild cherry trees that I got these cuttings from. 44. Fresh for 2 days, 40 saturation. So I don't know how good cherries are supposed to be, but I'm just excited to have cherries. 40 saturation's not a lot. but I think a cranberry is maybe still less than that. Maybe it's 60. I don't know. It's not a lot, but you know what? They're cherries, and it's cool. Hey, Dead Moon's back. Welcome back. The algorithm works in mysterious and infuriating ways. Yeah, re-uploading my old Subnautica video that got like 300 views over 2 weeks and watching it get 300 views in 2 days was like, God, YouTube, what are you doing? Like, I get it. Like, I'm not expecting to get tens of thousands of views in, you know, a few hours or anything like that. I could. But I will admit, with Subnautica, it's a saturated market. It's a game that's been out for a long time. There's nothing new about the original Subnautica at this point. So it's not going to hit the right audience. But I'm doing it because I'm sort of trying to establish a foothold where it's like, hey, you may have seen or heard of me when Subnautica 2 comes out. Which will be hopefully really, really soon. Really soon. They're advertising it all over the game. In-game, and they're like, you can pre-order it and or like pre-wishlist, not pre-order, but you can like wishlist it and stuff. They are, and rumor has it that Crafton was saying that the game was going to come out in May, so Fruit trees actually producing fruit in Vintage Story. Hey, Demon. Have a good night, man. Sleep well. Appreciate you stopping by as always, dude. I really probably should have woken up a little earlier. That's fine. These cattails are growing in just a way where they're like out of sync. I'll harvest them 2 days later, more come up, but I don't want to wait 2 more days. I'm gonna go check this other cherry tree, the parent cherry tree that I got it from. I'm gonna have so much fruit this year, and not just from my trees, but because of all the fruit trees that are around here. There are pink apple trees. There are like 7 pear trees. I'm growing 3 pear trees. I have another 4th pear tree that I didn't grow. It's just next to my house. And then, I have my cherry trees that I got my second one to harvest from yet. It's amazing how much fruit you can get. Like, that was 47 cherries from 4 leaf blocks. That's insane. When that tree fully grows up, that's gonna be wild. This one here is the one I got it from. These are all ripe, ready to go. 17 from 1 block. I don't know where that went. I picked it, and then the thing shook but didn't give me cherries. Whatever. Nope, don't eat them. Nope, windows, not now. There we go. Oh, yes. So many cherries. Fruit trees are a huge resource that people don't... You gotta be smart about them. You gotta be smart about them. You can't just chop down a fruit tree when you see it if you're trying to play the game smart. But, like, yeah, as long as you keep the parent tree that you harvested from. Also, another thing they're changing in 1.22 is you'll be able to harvest fruit in year 0 on any tree that you find. Apparently it was a bug where the game was making all the leaves on the fruit tree spawn in as young stage instead of normal. So that's why we could never harvest fruit year 0. But now we should be able to. It's only going to do young leaves for the first year after it takes root. But yeah, if you play your game right with your fruit trees, you can have so much. Like, just from here, I can see I've got 1, 2 pear trees there. I've got a pear tree over there. I've got 2 more in the back there. I've got 3 over by the village that I'm personally growing. I got 1 by my farm. I think I've got even more in the back. I'm gonna have so much fruit. I struggled so hard with fruit last year because I had to go off of berry bushes. And if the fruit trees had just behaved like apparently how they're supposed to, I wouldn't have had to. But like, this is gonna give me so many pears, and pears last forever. They last like over a year in storage. It's crazy. Apparently it's a bug. Apparently it's a bug. So that's why every time, like, because this world is in year 6. Every fruit tree that I see, at least in my brain, should be fruiting. I don't care if your first year that you play, you don't have mature enough fruit trees. Although it kind of is weird that you would have a fully grown fruit tree that has all young leaves. I wish there was a little bit more variety in that, but yeah, these will last 6 days in here, which isn't much. And they have less saturation than the cranberry. So it's not really like, they're not better than cranberries, but they're cherries. Like, come on, cherries are awesome. These are essentially the tree version of cranberries. But they're still going to be good. That is, like, free fruit. I wouldn't grow an entire cherry orchard. Instead, pears are kind of superior. And I'm sure mangoes, and there's even pineapple, and I think banana. Or at least plantain. There's something. Isn't there banana? There's plantain. There's plantain. There's some other tropical fruit. I don't remember. I don't ever get those, but I mean, Helia was in here earlier and mentioned that there's mangoes and something else. Breadfruit is a huge one. 200 saturation. Apples, cherries, peaches, pears, oranges, mangoes. I don't even know what that is. Pomegranate. And then I can actually literally make cherry pies, and then I'll have the song stuck in my head. Yeah, so Dead Moon, with fruit trees, what you want to do if you've never done it before is only take like, you know, half of the tree or whatever. Try to leave some leaves, basically. Because I'll show you with some of mine here. So like my cherry trees here that I've grown, they are 2 stems long, but the leaf blocks are all around this first stem. So if I chop this stem, all of these leaves break. You wanna try to save leaves. My pear tree might be a better example. So you see how these have different branches here? If I cut off this branch, I'm gonna lose these leaf blocks. Same thing with this one, but the tree will regrow that with time. And if I leave some of these, then it will still give me fruit the next year. I won't have to worry about that. So even if my cuttings don't take, it's better than chopping down the whole tree, which is already established and will give you fruit. Because cuttings only have a 40% chance if they're not grafted onto an existing tree. to actually take root. So when I got here, I brought some pear cuttings from my old house with me because I wasn't sure that I was going to have pear trees. And I think I brought 6. And I got lucky. I had 3 of them take. So over here are my pear trees that have now grown. And, you know, I would try to avoid, if you see a small tree like this, to harvest anything other than maybe the top. This is, I think, 3 stems long. It's hard to tell since I'm in here, but I think that was 3 stems. So I would harvest the topmost stem and leave as many leaves as possible. Because the next year it'll just grow out and more full, and you'll have another chance to do that. And if you're super far from your base and you see fruit trees, you could probably take the whole thing down. But any ones that you find near your base, just try to mark them on your map or remember the location as best as possible and come back to them. There's one, I can already see one right now. There's one way out here in the distance. For me. And it's better to leave that, because that's like a, you know, 3-minute run to get out here. But then I'm going to get an entire tree's worth of fruit. "21 days. Okay. I have a little while yet. Not until the fall when that's going to be ready, basically. But just basically, yeah, like you said, it's kind of a waste because you can't guarantee that you're going to get a cutting to actually establish. And then on top of that, you're losing out on the harvest that it would give you the next year. So if you're in year 0, any tree that has young leaves right now will have mature leaves next year, and you will get fruit from them. It's just the better play to try to keep the wild ones alive while still also trying to establish your own closer to home. In terms of fruits that I would recommend, typically you start in a temperate zone. So, you know, pears and apples are usually what you find. But those last a long time. So I don't know about mangoes and pomegranates and everything, but based off of what we saw, a pomegranate does 80 saturation and is fresh for 15 days at base. So when you put that into a cellar, I bet a pear is similar. A pear is fresh for 40 days. Yeah, pears last forever. Pears last over a year in storage. I don't know why. Maybe somebody who knows anything about fruit can actually tell me, but they last forever. I've harvested my second harvest of pears and still had stuff from my first harvest and been like, man, I've got extra pears. I should probably make pies out of these. Because that's how crazy it is. These are all carrots. I'm growing carrots. I probably don't need to worry about these wild ones as much. Alright, back to the windmill. I've been sidetracked long enough. I was unprepared. Yes, I was. Is this spelt? It is spelt. How have I never seen this? I would have grown this sooner. Stop the presses. We are growing spelt now. I don't care about flax as much because I have tons. I have over a stack of flax from my first year's harvest where I grew basically nothing but flax. I think I grew flax and then rotated in cabbage and turnips and onions when I had to. But then it was all flax. This is why, Dead Moon, if you have been following any of the news about 1.22, even I don't really follow it, but I heard about this where there was a huge controversy in the community about turning berry bushes into like a crop that you had to maintain a little bit more. And there was a huge controversy around it because pear trees and apple trees are really that good. They last a long, long time. They give you so much saturation. If a cranberry gives you 60, and a pear gives you like 100 or something, a pear gives you 80, and I bet a red apple gives you 80. Like, those last so long, and they're found in the temperate zones where you originally spawn. And they can deal with the colder climates and stuff. So, like, they're such a good food that you find next to all the bad berries. Like, cranberries are kind of one of the worst berries in the game. Just in terms of, like, their shelf life and nutrition. I think blueberries are better. Blueberries do 80, but only fresh for 2 days. Like, that's kind of their thing. And I think the currants are something similar. 80 for 2 days. Like, those are technically better than cranberries in terms of saturation. Or nutrition or whatever. But, like, cranberries are abundant. Now you're just taking something. A pear is 80 saturation like a blueberry, but it lasts for 40 days instead of 2. So if you had to do all this work to maintain your blueberry bushes, why would you not just grow pears instead? That was kind of the argument the community had anyway at the time. Big old debates because people were like, I don't want to do all this work for that. And I was kind of in agreement, because then all I would do is just go out every year and make sure I'm trying to establish new pear cuttings and live off of pears forever. As far as I know, too, the berry bushes don't have a climate control thing. So, like, you can grow them in any type of weather, anywhere. Where the trees do have to worry about that, but only a little bit. And you can always reduce the temperature by climbing elevation, so you can grow pears where it's higher up if you have to, if you're in a warmer climate. Which is particularly why I don't grow any of my crops up here on top of the mountain with me. I grow them down at the base of the mountain. You have high fertility soil everywhere? Lucky you. I hadn't seen any high fertility soil in this world until I traveled over where I'm currently at. And now I think I have, like, maybe... I think I have 8 in storage, and there might be, like, another 8 or 10. There's really not that much around here. Five extra stacks? Dang. You got real lucky then. Yeah, I'm kind of in that boat with you, Kat. I got really lucky with this. I went 5 years, basically, or like 4 years without finding any high fertility soil. And only found it when I traveled 25,000 blocks away. Oops, that's not where you go. that did not place where I wanted it to place. I made Terra Preta at my other base before I found high fertility soil. This is probably tall enough to be the base of my windmill. I'll have to... I'm not sure I love the cob being there, but maybe. I don't know. We'll see. I might layer it again, one more layer with like rammed earth or something to make it look nicer on the outside. The only thing I don't like about the current farming system is that you can't get your farmland back in any way. And it sort of sucks because Terra Preta takes a long time to make. And using potash is great, but that's like a temporary thing. If you want actual Terra Preta, like as a block that you get forever, you know, you need to have high fertility soil, which you have, or powdered charcoal and bone meal, which you need with the high fertility soil, just need less of it. And then all this compost. It's like annoying that, like, it takes that long, and then once you use it as farmland, if you try to break it, you break the farmland. You don't get it back. And I think the reason for that is they don't want you to just, like, reset the blocks, like, nutrition. Like, it's, nutrient levels and everything by doing that, but, like, I'm not trying to exploit the game, I just want to take it with me. I'd make a farm full of Terra Preta if it means that I could move it somewhere else. But I don't personally see a benefit in it unless I, like, am going to stay there forever, which I obviously didn't at my other base. I tried it out too, and it's nice. It's not that it's not nice. It is nice. It's just, like, a lot of work for something that I ultimately left behind. Which is kind of the crappy thing about it. Much higher do I want this to be? I think it's probably at maximum height benefit because it's on top of this mountain already. I feel like I want it up another layer at least. How's that look? So you gotta imagine you're gonna have a windmill that is, ah, crap. I just realized something. It's not centered. That'll annoy me. That'll annoy me to no end. So I will expand one more layer back this way. Dang. That's fine. This will make it too wide though, so I will also have to move it an extra layer that way. Because I want it to be square, I don't want it to be rectangular. That's fine. Better I do it now. So then this will need to come out one more layer this way. I should probably have all that I need. Just do this. Maybe I won't actually. Yeah. Ran out. It's the dirt I need, which I definitely have some in my base. That's a long drop. I shouldn't challenge that. Guess I'm getting dirt here. I'm putting off making windmill purely because I can't make it look good enough. I kind of feel that. My windmills are usually boxes. But they're such a good resource to have. Like, even if you're not an artist, a windmill, it's just so nice. But I definitely feel where you're coming from on that one. My windmills are boxes, and I will live with that shame so that I can have health hammers. Ow. Ow. Stop shooting me, Botorn. This one has turned out way bigger than I wanted to. I should have stopped at 3. Oh well. It's fine. Ah, really? Really? You just have to be shooting me right now? You have nothing better to do? Fine. It's time for me to go back inside anyway. That big ol' square. I'm gonna make a door for this, I think. I still don't have enough light to keep this lit up, though, so for now, we'll just do that. My character's gonna squeak at me now because I'm damaged and have no food, but it's in here. Got 2 windmills out of redwood planks. Once it's down, I'm never improving the looks of it later game. I'm with you on that, Sleepy. Like, I will tell myself that I will make it look better later, and then I usually don't, because functionality comes first. I really care mostly about having it work for me, because in my mind, okay, if I have working windmill and it's able to do everything I want it to do and is connected to my base, then I can make tools better, which allow me to mine blocks and all this other stuff. Plus, the purpose of this world currently is for me to beat the story, so the longer I take building this magnificent looking thing, the longer I don't get the story. Which I have so far managed to not be spoiled on, and I hope to keep it that way. But, like, I know that there's somebody out there somewhere who will say something that will spoil it for me, and so it's like, it's just a matter of time at this point, and that's why I want to beat it. It's the same thing with Zelda Breath of the Wild. When that came out, I really wanted to play it super bad, but didn't have a Switch. And so I was like, well, what can I do? And I ended up, like, borrowing Switch and stuff from like a friend who had it, and I just like binged it for like, I don't know, a week. It was kind of the only thing I played, and then I beat it. I'm like, there, now I understand all the memes and I understand everything about this game now. It can't be spoiled because I already played it. Definitely have to mess around more with axles and such in creative. I could barely get one working. I'm kind of same on that front too. My windmills are very much like, huh? 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 Oh, it works. Okay. I got it. For my big windmill back at my other base, I got 4 working windmill blades, all at maximum size, funneling into a large gear, but it took me a minute to get that working because the way I had it set up is they were somehow turning the opposite ways, and so they were constantly like they ended up stopping each other. Instead of speeding it up, it stopped everything, and I was like, what am I doing wrong? Windmills are kind of frustrating until you know what to do with them, and I still don't really know what I'm doing with them. I've made 1 large windmill 1 time. I've got 1 windmill and a kern and another one with a Hellhammer. Both are on my house. My other base, I had it set up so that I could swap out the Hellhammer and kern whenever I wanted. So the way I did it was that everything was connected. Do I have an empty? I do have empty. Why am I storing my cattails in here? I didn't have like a toggle or anything for it. Like a brake or clutch or anything that would help me do that. I instead just I had it set up so that there were gears feeding into my health hammers, and I would just break the gears and place a curtain down instead whenever I wanted to switch. Aesthetics are not my thing. I'm not very creative on that front. I just always have been like, let's get it working first, and then we'll focus on making it look nice. I mean, that's kind of the thing with my house, is like, I spent a while on this roof. There's still more I'd probably want to do with it so it's not flat like this on the top and looks like shingled and textured. But I don't know what I want to do with it, so for now, it's just going to be that way. And so that it doesn't burn down, I put this big old lightning rod above there to protect my house, hopefully. I should probably get rid of those blocks, but like, it works, and I don't want to climb up there right now. I also don't know if I really want one floating lightning rod block. I didn't make doors like I said I was going to. Okay, I should probably do that, actually. Basically never play games solo. Vintage Story is the only real exception for you. I play games weird. So I don't intentionally play my games solo, but I like to do things on my own in games where I have groups. So like one thing that I have that happens to me is I'll have like people in my groups when I play Vintage Story, they'll be like, I'm the base builder, I'm like doing all the house stuff. I'm like, that's cool, but like, I don't know. I like to go after the practical stuff first. And so when I play, it's like, all right, I appreciate you making this house, but I went and got the iron. And in my brain, I'm just like, I did better because I went and did the thing so that you have tools to make the houses look nice. But people prioritize things differently, and it's okay to have a group like that, but when you're the only one that's making like the actual progress, it kind of hurts my brain. It makes me go like, ugh. Like I want to be happy that you're doing this thing for me, but I'm at some point like tired of using copper and bronze and want to move on to good tools. And so like I will intentionally run off and go do my thing because my friends will be like, oh, look at this farm and we have animals and we have to do this thing. I'm like, that's awesome. But while that's all growing, instead of like, you know, building these extravagant pens, we should probably be looking for more crops, different animals, or getting iron. I'm very, like, focused on that stuff when I play. And then my stuff looks like boxes, but whatever, you know. I will fix that later, maybe, eventually. So I often run off and do my own thing. I'll live in my square palace, but I'll have steel tools. That's just how my brain operates. That's understandable. I basically lived in a half-open dirt hut until I got iron. Yeah, I mean, like, looking at my base right now, the best thing I've got going for me is this house with the roof, but it's not, it's very boxy, it's not curved in any way, the proportions are weird. What I did with this is I just kind of went with the shape of the mountain at the time and was like, that's gonna be my house shape. And I was like, that'll get me to do something unique. Well, now this is what it looks like. I've got long staircases that take me down into different areas. I've got this weird, like, kind of weird looking H shape for this roof because I didn't want to make any more glass than I had to for the bees at the moment. I've got this giant staircase that leads down that looks ugly because it's just like, that's my way down. That's how I get down from up here rather than having to go all the way down here and across this bridge and down another set of stairs and coil around the mountain. Would I like for that to be better? Absolutely. I would love to have like a nice staircase that goes down the mountain and curves back around and looks good, but like, it's July. I would rather be, you know, working on my farms and stuff than doing that at the moment. I like the I love what people do with bases, but I feel like many people do that when they have the time to spare. When they're like, yeah, I've got a group of people and there's like 10 of us and like 6 people go out doing the things and 4 stay around and I'm one of the people that stays. When I play a game solo, I never have that time. I could take an entire year to just make my base look nice, but then I kind of get bored of that. I'm like, but where's the action? I'm only maintaining my base like this right now because it has a functional purpose. Making the greenhouse, I might as well make it out of the larch wood that I've been using for my house because A, I like the look of larch wood, but B, because I'm gonna build it probably one time, and rather it have being like a mixed version of stone or whatever, I'm just gonna do that. Eventually I'll carve away these walls, I'll make it all wooden or something, I'll make it look a little nicer, but you know, I just like, that's like a winter project, and last winter I starved and didn't have enough light to even light up my whole house, so like, yeah. And that was with me prioritizing everything on just trying to get through the winter. How did you get up there? Bowtorn? No. Oh, I see. Some of these blocks fell from up high. Glad I did put some fences up there to prevent them from actually escaping. I forget that I occasionally have dirt that piles up in here and causes a problem. Are you done yet? Holy cow. You've been pregnant for like actually months, which is, I get it, more realistic, but like, I feel like it should have happened by now. I'm the only person in the group who doesn't hate prospecting, so guess who's underground 90% of the time? I like prospecting too, for the most part. I would just went into caves for iron. I'm usually not so lucky. I found iron naturally in a cave twice. All the other times I've had to go prospecting for it and look for it. Alright, so... Wait. Oh. Okay. This tree is done now. Cool. Cherries. Not bad. I still haven't been able to find any iron despite digging to the mantle a few times. That is a little crazy. I'm sure you know kind of like how prospecting works, so... I won't give the lecture, but what I do is basically vertical shafts every so often. Make sure I get at least a decent reading, yada yada, and then vertical shafts, prospecting every 8 to 10 blocks or so as I mine down. Tends to work for me. I swear I get it like almost every time. That's how I found my current iron vein. I got down really far. I'd say close to the mantle before I hit it, but I did hit it and I didn't have to keep digging anywhere else. But I've definitely had that happen at least once. We had a world where we had a lot of ocean because it was 1.21 was new and they did the whole ocean updates and everything like that. And like we had this big ol' like ocean world that we were on, and I couldn't find iron to save my life. I couldn't even find anything for bronze for the longest time. Okay, so windmill, a little bigger than I wanted to have it. But whatever, it'll work. So now I need to work on a rotor, which will take some fat and some resin. I do have 9 resin here. I have 3 more here. And fat is downstairs. And I'll need logs, which I should have plenty of. I've got lots of pine, so I can use that for whatever I need to do. I've broken so many bronze pickaxes. Rip. I kind of didn't make bronze pickaxes in this world. I, instead just kind of got copper and then went and bought my bronze pickaxes until I got iron. So it's just like mass producing as much leather and charcoal and feathers and that type of stuff as I could, and just traded. I had 3 survival traders near me, so it was just like, trade everything. Give me all of your gears. I even did the wolf pup trade a few times with the treasure hunters and all that to try to expedite things for gears. Now I'm low on gears because I actually had to buy some bread from the villagers this winter because I was pretty darn low. Resin, fat, actually fat then resin, I said that backwards. We got the wood. We're gonna need a hammer and chisel. Got way too much junk on me. It's the sticks. Whatever, that's fine. Actually, I can take this stack. That's better. I don't really need the shears on me. The dirt is whatever. It's whatever. It's fine. Okay. Let's do this. Let's get this out of my way real quick. Okay, windmill rotor, we already know is hammer and chisel, as always. Hammer, chisel. Logs, resin, fat. Okay, so I should have everything I need for that. Hammer, chisel, 2 logs, fat, resin, rotor done. Okay, then we're gonna need axles. Probably, I don't know, 8 at least. And then we're gonna need gears. At least 1, but I'll make 2 2. That needs the saw. Oh my god, I always forget that the saw is part of that. Okay. Wood, chisel, hammer, saw, 2 sticks. Let's do 4 sticks. 2 fats, 2 resins for 2 gears. Good lord. Why is crafting these components so complicated? Where's my chisel? Right there. Go back. Okay, wood goes back in there. Fat and resin should have been put away properly. I'll move that over here. We'll do this. Then I need to actually make the sailcloths. The reason I even got to Bronze Age was wanting quartz for glass. True. I exploited the whole glass thing and used glacial ice instead, because that stuff doesn't melt until you play 1.22. That's something they're fixing in 0.22. But it doesn't melt, and you can use it as greenhouse stuff. I think I still have it that way at my other base. You need the cloth to make sails like that. Okay, so we're gonna need, it takes 4 per. We're gonna need 20. Oh boy. Well, that's why we did what we did last year. Whoops. Yay! Okay. Can we do it? The moon's up pretty high for it being 5:30. Eventually, this will feed into some way over there. I'll figure it out later. But for now, I just want to have some kind of setup. It must be centered. And then we need to have a... probably go down one. I'll do this. And we need to have an axle because the rotor won't connect properly if you don't connect it to an axle. And let's clear up our inventory by getting some sailcloths. There we go. Full size, good to go, not running into anything it shouldn't be. And then from here, we're gonna need gears connecting to that. Should be able to remove this and put the axle here, here. And then it really depends on what you want to do. I could go one more even, or I could go a couple more out. Maybe I'll do that. Let's do this. Get rid of that. Because this will be gears, but that still needs a block under it because it's kind of a pain like that. We'll use rammed earth for that. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Gears. I can't be standing on that. That also can't be... Connecting axle must be attached to a block. Hang on. Like that. Okay. And then we'll get rid of it. Or not, actually. Okay, so then we do need this to extend out a bit. I thought we could get rid of it, but we'll just do this. Like so. And then we'll dig down. We'll do this. Like that. So then those should come down here. Perfect. Storing that like that. Move the kern in here and give this thing a small roof of sorts. I don't have enough blocks to make that happen, so what I'll do instead is just do rammed earth like this. It's a roof that most people are never going to see except me. It will keep the snow out of here in the winter time, with the exception of that block, but I don't care as much. Let's go grab the kern. And then I'll make some sort of footpath from my kitchen up to here too. That'll help. At some point. Probably not tonight. Seeing me move casually that high up made you nervous. Yeah, you just get in the zone. I was just locked in, man. I didn't even put that together that I could fall. Wasn't even thinking about it. I was just like, doing my thing, working away. Eyes. Eat. Kern, and with kern, I need to make some storage chests down here, but for the time being, I can do... I don't have much for grain, but I do also have limestone that I'm working on. Let's do this. Let's make my life easier. And we might as well get some lime for when I inevitably run out of that, because once my boars actually give birth and I can feed them, I will have a regular supply of hides for leather, and then I can get back into trading pretty regularly there. I'll have to make some more charcoal too. This house will be improved upon for sure. You know, I didn't have to go all the way around. Anyway, this house will be improved upon for sure, but again, function first. There will be stairs leading up to here at some point, you know, all the fun stuff. But we're just gonna let that do its thing, and, Hellhammer-wise... I really can't see myself wasting the resources to make more Hellhammers when I have some at my other base, but it takes seriously like an hour for me to get back to my base. My true base. The better base. One rogue dirt block, it's all over. Got insanely lucky and spawned next to a limestone desert. Nice when that happens, though. Yeah, my other windmill, if I knew the coordinates of things, I guess I could teleport here. Oh, hello, drifters. What are you doing up there? Oh, don't fall. I fell. Ah! The glitch saves me! The glitch saved me. That was not a deserved survival, but we love that fall damage chooses when it goes into effect on its own terms. We love that that's just what happens. Fall damage is a 50-50. I didn't think I'd be jumping away from drifters at my own house. Should have known better. Okay, so I need food to grow so that I can make a journey back to my other base so that I can go grab my health hammers. I'll have some cabbage done soon. This is rye. The rye doesn't like the heat, but too frickin' bad. Deal with it. Turnips, get back here. I don't care how quickly this stuff grows. This farm is just, I'm squeezing out a little bit more food. I care a lot less about this farm and how it's watered. It usually rains, so it waters itself. It's fine. I prefer living safe and sound in caves. Yes, definitely safe and sound and no monster spawn ever. Though I get what you're saying. Look at all the oak trees I have around here. What the heck? When did that happen? Huh? Okay. Sometimes the game glitches in ways that hurt you, and sometimes it helps we take what we can get. I completely agree, dog boy. Also, welcome. Welcome, welcome. Nice to have you. Aside from the occasional shiver popping up for a spot of tea. Yeah, exactly. If you like caves, or if you don't like caves, either one, you should do what I did and try the Starless Skies mod. I have that up on YouTube for the it's the Endless Night one. It turns the entire world into a cave at all times. I mean, it's not a giant cave, but there is no sun. And constant enemy spawn, like if you were inside a cave. It plays the cave music too. Have fun. That was that world sucked. I'm not gonna lie, that challenge sucked. I did not enjoy that one after a while. The first like 10 hours of trying to get established were like frustrating because you kept dying, and then the rest of it was just frustrating because you couldn't see anything. After not being able to see anything and not being able to sleep, or rather not really having a reason to sleep, was like it killed me after a while. I should probably grab all these cattails at some point too. Check it out sometime if you're curious. I don't just stream, I do upload videos to YouTube and stuff. I've got Arctic Desert, Sky, and Night challenges uploaded. I'll be doing Ocean and Jungle. Ocean will be probably vanilla. Jungle will be with the help of some mods, because somebody messaged me about that and actually wanted me to play their mod that did Jungle, and I'm 100% for it because Jungle is supposed to be the easy life where it's always warm. So let's make it difficult. I stream the no map run that I'm doing because this is my first world and I want to do the story. But I'm gonna dabble in other games too. I've got Outward on the horizon that I'm gonna get into. I've got Subnautica that I'm currently doing a playthrough of the Red Plague mod. That's really fun. I'll be doing Subnautica 2 100% when that comes out. I'm so excited for that. Probably do The Forest 3, because I've played both The Forest and Sons of the Forest. I might even get into, what was the one game called? Oh, I have it in my list. Hang on, let me check Steam real quick. I just put it in my wish list. What the heck was it called? Star Rupture. That game is like Satisfactory, but there's actually a point to doing the factory building. Though I heard it's in a bit of a rough point right now because the balance and the building kind of aren't quite there. There's not like a whole lot to do in that one, and the building kind of sucked. Though they did do an update to that, so I'm hoping that's better by now. Thank you, neighbors, for riding your dirt bikes past my driveway and roosting around the corner. Though it probably wasn't too loud. I gotta get back up here and finish my land bridge. Got all these blocks that I can work with. By finish, I mean just get me past this awful part. What is this? Hold up. Hello? Lead, okay. And nothing else. Great. I took so long exploring, all my goats gave birth, looted absolutely everything. Archives, yeah, now that you have the elk, yeah, I'm so happy they added a way for you to get the elk without having to progress the story. You can actually trap them and raise them with the cage that they added, large cage or whatever it's called. But the problem is that I never find elks in my world. I have yet to find a wild elk in this world, aside from literally right next to the archives. There was one female on top of the archives in the mountains that it spawned in. I gotta get across this. I mentioned that the other day, I think it was Friday, we were talking about mounts. It'd be really cool if in this game they allowed you to ride deer or moose as an alternative to the elk. So deer might be just overall little like weaker. Maybe they're faster but can't carry as much or something like that. Elk would be your middle line, and then like moose would be slower but tankier and maybe fight things with you. Not like deliberately, but like they're pretty aggressive in this game. So I think it would make sense for the game to act on that aggression, but like they're protecting you. So at night or whatever, they could attack some things. Maybe they also carry more. I don't know. I think attacking would be enough. They wouldn't have to carry more. But I'd love to see an expansion for that. That way you can get your mount early enough and make traveling not as bad. I know they don't want the archives to just be like free, so you can just get there really easily immediately, but it takes time to raise animals. So if I choose to do that so that my journey to the archives can be better, I feel like that should be allowed, personally. Wish there was some way you could have a lantern on a belt. Maybe for less light, now that I think of it. Yeah, you can have in your offhand, you know, you can have a lantern. It's not on your belt per se, but it's in your offhand. So that's kind of like your belt, but But no, having anything like that, it wouldn't have really helped because I couldn't even get lanterns for the longest time. I found a lantern and I think I made one or two. I'm trying to remember now. But like, that was the biggest thing is I couldn't make anything because I couldn't find, like, copper was literally just RNG of did I spawn and run across a copper deposit on the ground? If the answer is no, then I never saw copper. It's impossible to see from a distance. So I was just, like, resetting torches the entire time I played. It was fun, but you do get to a point where, like, you get stuck in a temporal storm, you die a few times, you have to go collect your things, and then you get back to your base and it's dark because all your torches burnt out, and you're like, no! And then you have to go remake all that stuff. It's tough. It was definitely a tough run of Vintage Story for sure. I wouldn't recommend it to anybody who doesn't just want to have fun for like a few hours trying to establish themselves. Maybe do something on the side, but it is a mod, so you'd have to load and unload it when you do and don't want to play it. And if you try to toggle that world into daylight afterwards, it breaks. It doesn't work right. Everything's still really dark, but the sky is fine. It's really weird. I mainly play Marvel Rivals. Marvel Rivals is pretty fun from what I've seen. I don't play a lot of competitive games, though, honestly. I like survival crafting games. I've never been a real competitive player. It's never been my thing. Typically because there's always somebody better. There's just somebody who is better. There's really no doubts about that. And I don't have the drive to try to be better than that person myself. I'm just like, okay, you're better than me. I just don't have that competitive spirit that a lot of people have, apparently. I play Destiny 2, and like that's been the extent of my PvP experience for a lot of games in the recent past. And I've done Trials, which is its like competitive mode for Destiny. And like there are some really sweaty players out there that play their hearts out and just go all in. I meme. I go in with dumb weapons and use combos that people wouldn't use, and I don't win. I don't win most of my games, but, you know, it is what it, I like, there's no real reason to win other than to do it quickly. But if I feel like doing PvP, then I'm usually in there just having fun messing with people. And a lot of times I win because they're not expecting it. There's a meta, people are anticipating the meta, and if you don't play the meta, but you're good at not playing the meta, then you can win some matches. And that's basically what I did. I don't take anything seriously in competitive games. My most fun I've ever had in Destiny with PvP was joining up with my clan back in the days when it was first introduced on Steam before crossplay. And you could rename your account whatever you want because it's Steam. And we named our entire team Gold Squad, dressed all of our characters up in gold, and then we knew that the enemy team was having a tough time coordinating because we had some people on our team that did play PvP and were competitive and good at it. And you could tell that they were getting mad because they were getting, like, killed by somebody on our team that was actually good, but they couldn't figure out who it was. Like, that's the type of competitive stuff I like, where it's not competitive, it's just I'm totally screwing with people. I have way more fun with that myself. In my world, all I can find are male elk. Actual horses would be nice. That's true. Horses would be nice, but I have a feeling they'd make them super rare too. If you want that, you should check out Equus. There's a mod for that. Made by a group of people, but one of them actually stops by my stream from time to time. She's very nice. She's also made the Draconis mod with those same group of people, or most of the same group of people too. And she made Pegasus with them as well. They work on a lot of mounts, basically, for the game. So if you're into fancy mounts, go check those out for sure. They're really good and really well balanced. If you want to see Draconis and Pegasus in action, I've got my Sky Challenge that I did where I used them. Because the mod author of the mod that made the world a bunch of floating islands recommended those. And I was planning on it anyway because she stops by my streams and was telling me about them, and I'm like, I'll do a Sky Challenge so that I get to play with them. How hardy is the elk? How careful do I need to be with it? It gets 30 HP and you can jump off of a mountain and maybe lose 15. Like, I guess, like if we take my elk here, who I have dubbed Souffle as his name, and let's go up. Let's go up. He can go up two block tall walls, which you probably know, but like, I don't know. This is a pretty good height. We can keep going maybe a little bit more. I'll try to get him to sprint so we get the biggest distance. Yeah, like this. That hurt him and did... Well, I guess there's a fall damage glitch with them too. In any case, 30 health is quite a lot in fall damage. I would guess that would have done maybe like 6 points of damage, something like that. Maybe I'll try off of this mountain. And no creatures ever attack your elk willingly. No wolves, no bears, no drifters, Bowtorn, or anything. There's a chance he might get hit when they're coming after you. If you're riding the back of your elk and you get attacked, you take the damage. He doesn't. So you can't avoid bears and wolves and stuff. There, we jumped up. That still didn't do damage. Weird. That should have. He glowed red, but whatever. Point is, very hardy. And if he's ever hurt, he regens over time. You don't need to feed him. The first thing I recommend, though, with your elk is get yourself a little medallion. And then make yourself the bone flute so that you can summon him wherever you want. Well, within limit. He's got like a couple hundred block range or something. So as long as you're not out of that, but like... He can see me from here. If I do this, he'll try to come up the stairs, but if I'm out of render, he'll teleport. Or if I'm in a spot that he can't reach, like, you know, maybe behind my house. Very, very durable. You don't really have to worry about them dying, ever. So, like, if I come over here, maybe I can get him to teleport. He might actually be trying to walk up here, because that wasn't that far. But, yeah. Anyway. It's a bit of a problem, I think. I use bows, and I have a lot of difficulty with keybinds and stuff, so I get tripped up on using... Oh, like removing the lantern to shoot, yeah. I would use a bow more, but the only way I find them to be valuable is if you make arrowheads out of metal. And without being able to make plates, like, effectively, which I'm just now kind of starting to get into, you know, it's a long time to smith out arrowheads like that. Very competitive. People underestimate the character that I play. Feel that I don't have a big competitive drive. I just like to mess around and have fun. That's mostly my thing. It's not that I don't see the appeal to the competitive stuff. I do. I get it. I just like, there are things I'd rather be doing. I'm okay with a game being unfair as long as there's a way for me to beat it. Like, competitive games, I think what it gets me about competitive games is that they strive to be super fair but never are. They try to be ultra balanced but never are. So you have in every competitive game, there's always a meta. And that meta is used by 90% of the player base because it's the easiest one to win with, and people care about winning more than anything else. And that gets annoying and stale in a lot of the gameplay matches that I do in any sort of competitive game, when you just see the same character or the same weapons or the same whatever running around at all times. The shooter that I enjoyed playing the most was Titanfall 2 back in its heyday. I'm sad that it went to Apex because I don't like that type of game. I don't like extractions, and I don't like any of that type of team squad based shooter stuff. I much prefer Titanfall 2, even its PvP, to Apex. But there's always a meta. Even in Titanfall 2, which I would consider one of the best, most balanced PvP experiences you could ever have, there are people running around with the 50 caliber sniper rifle, and like sprinting and whatever and hip firing that thing and getting perfect one-shot kills because it's a body shot one-shot, and they just like, that's a meta that you can have in that game. There are weapons that are meta in that, but most of them are pretty well balanced. And I think that's ultimately the problem I have, is that if nobody does anything different, then it just gets kind of old. In Destiny 2, it's pretty much always hand cannon and shotgun. Those are the two biggest weapon classes used in Destiny 2 in PvP. Occasionally you see like a new meta come up with a balance patch, but usually it's hand cannon shotgun almost all of the time. And I like hand cannons, but you know, I'll find myself using a bow and a sidearm instead of a hand cannon, because if everybody's using a hand cannon, bows outrange them, sidearms do more DPS at closer range. And I will revolve my strategy around countering the meta instead of playing it, because I don't find fun in playing the meta when everybody else is doing it that way. I'm very contrarian. If people like something, then I typically don't, and if people don't like it, I typically do. That's just how I am. I don't know why. HP regen's pretty fast with the Elks. Yes, that's true if you're worried about current health. Yeah, you can sleep overnight and the Elk will pretty much fully heal. They regen really fast, so don't worry about that. Absolutely, that's correct. I had everything when I went to go buy mine, saddlebags, blanket, and all. Yeah, that's a good call. That's honestly a good call, is to have pretty much everything. I didn't originally. I had the saddle, but and the what the heck's it called? And the bridle. But I didn't have anything else. I just went back to base. My treasure trader that I got it from was like 300 blocks away, so it was something that I could easily walk to. I didn't check my farm. I should do that, because I kind of want to make more pie, but don't have any grain ready to go. We do have a mod that adds bone arrowheads, which are a little stronger than flint. Agree, it's not really worth it in base, though. Just find it really fun. I do like bows. In most games, like, so any game, take Skyrim. I was an archer my first playthrough of Skyrim. In Dark Souls or Elden Ring, I have beaten all of the Souls games using only a bow. I just really enjoy archery in those games, even though it's not that good. It's far less damage than using a normal melee weapon or magic. I enjoy those. And pretty much any fantasy game, if there's a ranger or archer based class, that's me. I just enjoy bows and arrows that much. I don't know what it is about it. I guess I was probably an archer in a past life or something. But yeah, I'm with you there. It's fun. The thing that it gets me is that if you're using flint arrowheads, they suck. The bow and arrowheads are better. I think I've played with that same mod. And you can get copper ones from panning, but I think the game is missing a little bit of cohesion between things. So, like, one of my favorite mods of all time for Vintage Story is the panning machine mod, which if you want to see it or get a link to that, check out the Sky Challenge video. I put links of the mods that I use in all of the videos. So that people can go and use them. But if you just want that, rather than me trying to find it and link it right now, go check out that video. In the description, there's a panning machine. I love that thing because you have to have mechanical power to make it work, but it auto pans for you. And with that, you get things like copper spearheads and copper arrowheads, which is a better early game resource that anybody could have, but you don't want to spend all the time in the world panning. It's nice to be able to use mechanical power to do panning for you. And then there are mods to break down, you know, things so that you can break down spearheads or arrowheads that you don't want. None of my crops except for flax were ready to harvest, and I don't want to make flax pie, so I'm going to make stew. But yeah, like, I really enjoyed that because I started getting a supply of copper spears and copper arrowheads, which aren't the best, but like if you have an abundance of them, you might as well use them. So if you're interested in that type of stuff, I recommend those. Personally, just had a lot of fun. But now where I'm at in this late game, I'd be making iron arrowheads. But I don't have a bow here, and B, enough iron mined and a steady, like, you know, manufacturing process for that yet. But soon, very soon, now that I have a windmill, I have to decide if I want to make a Helve Hammer or if I want to go get my Helve Hammers. I definitely don't have enough wind power or enough supplies to make 4 windmills. But if I could have 4 Helve Hammers. Or 3 Helve Hammers, rather, is what I had at my other base. I could also just go back to that other base, mine iron, and make steel with it, but I don't have much for food over there. I think I have a couple wheels of cheese. And I don't have enough food to really survive a super long journey. I don't have, like, a surplus over here. All my food's probably rotted over there by now. So, I couldn't bring it with me, and I didn't. What kind of gear do you recommend for Lazar? I was gonna try to get iron first. I'm getting a bit impatient. Might just fix up my bronze. I went in with steel plate, and that was mega overkill. I went in with steel only because, when I got iron, a person in my chat at the time was like, hey, you should work towards steel. It's not that hard to make. And so I looked into it and I gathered the supplies and I started making steel. And then I was like, at that time, all I usually rock is tailored gambeson for my armor. So I was like, if I'm gonna make a set of armor, at this point, it might as well be steel, since I have the capability of making steel. So that's what I did. That's mega overkill. So my recommendation would probably be... I can tell you what tier of enemies you'll be fighting. You're going to be fighting tier 3 and 4. It's not a big location, but expect there to be a good amount of enemies. So I would say probably iron. If you can make it work, I'd go with iron. I don't think plate is necessary, but I'd probably say iron chain at the very least. Unless you're confident in your combat abilities. Bronze is not bad either, I guess. But tier 3 and 4 enemies will kind of get you. There's not a ton of tier 4 enemies, and like I said, the location's not that big, so you don't really have to worry too much about that many enemies, especially because there is like a solar access and you can just wait for daytime, and that'll prevent a lot of them from spawning. So like if you're good and can kite enemies and can dodge things, probably bronze would be fine, though I would probably recommend for an average player at least Iron Chain. And when you make Iron Chain, you can make plate with that later, because you need a full set of chain suit, like a chain whatever body piece, in order to make the plate version of it. And you're gonna want plates probably by the time you make it up to where I'm at. I have not been to the next story location, but I'd guess that you're gonna want plate armor by that point. And with the elk, plate armor is a lot less of a hindrance when you can travel that way. You can just put it in your inventory or wear it, honestly. You're probably fine as long as you bring food. Lots of food. Expect your journey to the Lazaret to be about 12,000 blocks. Should be somewhere around 10,000-ish. Mine was 12,000. So just kind of keep that in mind, but I rode my elk wearing plate to the Lazaret and I was fine. But by that point I had a road system made because I don't have a map, so I kind of needed to have the guidance of a road to make it effectively. Let's see. So say it wasn't as combat heavy as the archives. I don't want to be overconfident and have to make the trip again. Depending on what's got it taking so long, you could also go look for meteors. They give you a lot of iron to work with. Yeah, that's true. If you can get meteoric iron, that would be good. You do need to have an iron anvil in order to work that, because it's technically a tier 4 material. So you need to have iron anvil. Plus it looks cool. You know, this stuff, it looks nice. But yeah, you need to have an iron anvil to work this stuff. Meteoric iron isn't too hard to find. Look for small little crater marks on your map and you should be fine. Dig down a few blocks, you usually find it if it's one of those. But yeah, you could look for that. And yes, whenever you go, I would, for me personally, I brought 3 temporal gears. And I built like a small little house with a bed and food and put that in a clay vessel. Like I built this little outpost thing. Nothing crazy. Didn't build a farm, didn't do anything like that. That would have been overkill. The location is pretty small. By comparison to the archives, it's less than half as big as the archives for sure. There's not even a major boss battle. So, like, the biggest thing is the enemies you're going to be fighting. At least there's not one yet. I don't know if they ever plan on adding one, but there's not one there. No. Yeah, I just put them in my inventory. I didn't have the amulet on my neck at the time, and I had one on my elk, and I had 3 in my inventory, and I just, like, put them in the thing, and I used my temporal gear. Farming temporal gears during a temporal storm is definitely a good thing to do, so that you can stock up on them. I think at my other base, I have, like, I don't know. I have, like, 15 temporal gears or something. I have a lot. God, this sow has been pregnant for, like, forever. Give birth already. I'm sorry, but getting impatient. I'm trying to have a pig farm, not just feed pigs forever. Oh. Where do these cherries come from? Is this flax done? A lot of it looks done. Maybe I will make a cherry pie out of flax. And save this belt for the good stuff like the cabbage that I have. Although I was going to use the flax for my feed for my animals. So I'm probably still going to focus on that mostly. That's why I grew this, was to have animal food, basically. Plus flax fibers. Looking good. We got a little over a stack for flax grain. Okay with that. And we're gonna have more soon. Just gotta keep watering it. The crops in the other room used to have water, and then because I'm playing with base wilderness survival settings mostly, I can't make water source blocks, which is why my farms look weird, and they need to be rooms, so I can't let water flow from one room to another, because if I do that, then this is no longer a room. I guess in the summer it doesn't matter as much, but it matters a lot in the spring. Oh, I got some rice that's done. Ooh, nice. Rice, I want to keep growing. I want that to go as long as it possibly can. It's such a good grain to have. And I got 2 from that. Nice. 20 days. Woof. Okay, that is, it can't be any colder than 8. 20 days would put me in September into October. I don't think it would grow with it being that cold. Even with the greenhouse effect, I think that would probably be colder than 8. That doesn't mean I'm not gonna try, though. Because, darn it, I want rice. Ah, that's not what I wanted at all. No, my water! This is why this area sucks. I meant to use my watering can. Oh well. RIP. It's fine. Just now none of these have water. I just have to be better about watering this section of my stuff. Da, da, da. My mother is kind of a health nut, and because of her, I've had flaxseed before, but really didn't like it. Don't know how grain is, though. The grain, from what I've heard, is kind of sugary. Like, it's very high in, like, sweetened, like, sucrose type of stuff. So it's kind of sweeter. At least that's what I've heard. Do I have a preferred climate to base in? Hot climates have grown on me. I just wish there were more threats because there are no wolves and neutral bears. I mean, for the average person, you know, a neutral... what is flax? -5? I can make that, probably. For the average person, a warmer climate is going to be 100% the way to go. You don't have to worry about, you know, threats as much. You don't have to worry about the temperature. You can pretty much always grow your crops, you know, all that stuff. Me personally, I'm a pretty big fan of temperate, honestly, though, like for a normal playthrough. My favorite climate to do anything in, just because it's fun, because I like challenges, Arctic. 100% Arctic is the most fun I've had. But I wouldn't recommend an Arctic playthrough for pretty much most people unless you feel really confident in your ability to, like, you understand, like, time management and, like, prioritizing very specific targets and goals and stuff like that. Because the Arctic's biggest challenge is when you start, it's going to be cold, which, whatever, fine. But when you get into like the summer months, it'll actually be warm enough to grow crops, but only for like a few months. And then when it turns into winter, it will be dark for like 6 months. It'll be pitch black, like never see daylight for like 2 or 3 months, but it will be extremely dark and not a whole lot of fun for like 4 or 5 months. But why is it so fun? Metal everywhere. You will never run out of metal in the Arctic. Everywhere you go, you will find supplies of copper, and I found iron pretty easily. I found tons of meteoric iron. Like, by the end of my Arctic playthrough, and if you want to see kind of what that looked like, like I said, I got that video. But by the end of that, I had a full set of meteoric iron gear, an iron anvil. I didn't have armor, meteoric armor, but that's because you can't really make leather because there's no woods for tannin. So, yeah, and you know, like, growing flax is pretty hard because you have to find flax seeds, and there are 0 traders up there. So, the Arctic is very much a you make what you can make out of it. And it's a test to see how good you are at the game, kind of. But it's really fun, because when you do accomplish that, it's like you overcame an incredible obstacle that most players would probably never touch. Nobody goes to the Arctic. And that's why it's so fun. Plus, the Arctic has a unique soundtrack. If you care at all about video game music, I'm a bit of a nerd. I like video game music. If you care at all about it, the Arctic has the best soundtrack of the game. At least in my opinion. Okay, these cherries are gonna get old pretty quickly here. if you want to hear the soundtrack for the Arctic, it's called Arctic Winds. W-I-N-D-S. And it's like 10 minutes long. It goes through like 3 different acts. It's kind of funny. But it's a really, really good soundtrack. And it only ever plays, though, when it's cold. So when you're shivering in the eternal night that is the Arctic winter months, you'll hear that soundtrack, and it's so good. It just gives you that little bit of energy to keep going. You'll also probably never leave your house. Oh. Hi. Alright, we're gonna take a small break here for Cat. Hi. This is Gracie, if you've never been to my stream before. This is Gracie. She likes to usually sit up in a window and chill out, but she decided to come up here. She wants attention. And she also doesn't want to be held, but too bad, because she's going to be in front of the camera. Gracie is, she'll be 6 on Memorial Day, so the end of May, in about a month and a half or so. She'll be 6 years old. She is long hair, mostly. I'd say she's medium hair. She doesn't seem to be as long as some other long hair cats, but she's probably just a little bit shorter long hair. She wants to escape, but I'm not letting her right now. She's usually pretty good and pretty cuddly, but she doesn't like to be held while I'm sitting down. She's fine with me holding her when we're standing, but when sitting down, I think she's too close to like a countertop where she can get away. So, yeah. She doesn't look happy right now, but rest assured, she is very well cared for and spoiled. She also has a very fluffy tail. And loves to be all over my equipment. Hi, Gracie. She's probably a little ornery because I'm not usually on my computer this long. I usually stream for about 3 hours. It's now 4 hours in. And I probably should get going anyway. It's been really fun, though. I do want to keep talking and chatting with people, but I should go. I've got things to do. If I get enough work done, I might have a Subnautica video for people that are interested. It'll be episode 2 of the Red Plague. Hi, Gracie, thank you. That's either going up tonight or well, I could always schedule it for Wednesday, then it'll be guaranteed. But I was planning on releasing another episode soon. I want to get on a habit of scheduling releases, but I kind of just post them when I get them done, so. In any case, I should get going. It was nice having everybody in here. Thank you guys so much for stopping in. Really, truly appreciate it. If you're really, really, you know, thinking about stopping in again and chilling, it would do me so much if, like, it would help me out a lot if you guys, feel like it, stop in on Twitch. I'm fine with streaming on YouTube, there's nothing wrong with that, but I am trying to become affiliate status on Twitch so I can unlock fun emotes and stuff like that. So it helps because the thing that I need to hit is concurrent viewership. So I gotta have an average of 3 people watching me on Twitch at all times, basically. So, but I appreciate you guys coming here. Thank you for subscribing, following, all that other stuff. Thanks for being in here. And just, you know, chatting away. Really, it doesn't matter what platform, but if you feel like supporting me, that helps out. And, you know, check out the videos if you want to. That helps me out too. But You don't have to. I just appreciate having you guys around. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. And before I go, we'll just get a close-up of Gracie. Again, Gracie, don't go nowhere. Say hi to everybody first. Come here. Let them see your beautiful face. Have a good night, everyone.